Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Happy birthday, Carl. Fucking shill. Um, can you answer the DM question I sent you real quick? Do you know why something like November 18, 4100 is trading at a discount in PM relative to what option strat suggests it would open at? Currently 1070 11 bid ask, but OS says it'll open at 15 if we hold 40 hand. Am I dumb or is it that easy? Should I really buy those now and sell them at open? Sorry to bug you in the PM. What am I missing here? You probably won't get a fill on them. That's what you're missing. Or your options pricing on your broker's not updating in the pre-market, which is also a possibility. Pickleman, why did you make things spicy on the day I fly out? Good luck fucking trading this from Vietnam, popcorn trader. This is why you don't leave your family for Thanksgiving. I can't put my finger on it, but you and Carl look extremely handsomer this morning. Thank you, Stefan. Oh, that's right. I forgot to do that. Hold on. Pulls. So, uh, okay. Sorry, this is something I had to fix from last night. Um, how high do you see the market going today? I don't know. 4100 looks really fucking good, right? We'll see. 4,000, 4050. They're all pretty solid levels. Let me get SPX opened up here. And we can move up pretty fast if the like short legs of this like delta neutral positioning from overnight get closed out. Happy birthday, Carl. Please ban Carl. It would be the best birthday gift I could give him. So we got some good fills then. Fucking looks like it. Yeah. Are you mispricing IV? 3DT on SPX wise? 3DT for what? The upside? SLD starts tomorrow. Kind of risky. No, putting Upstart on reg show doesn't allow them to push out obligations, but it does mean that they're gonna have a really hard time shorting. But I'll get to that in a minute. Maybe after like the first hour of the day, I'll try to do like a full breakdown of on what's going on with the Upstart position and what we can expect over the next few days. 4100 SPX 3DT is stacked. Yeah, I mean the 4100 strike is stacked. The problem is the area from 4000 where we're at now to 4100 not as stacked yet. Circuit breakers work on SPX going up. No, that's not gonna happen. Excited to be a dill in the Dillionaire Club. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Paul Smith. Do you think Upstart November 18, 21s will print? Probably not. Why do you have November 18s? The fuck? How long have you been doing this shit, man? Would you be closing November 18 SPY 400 at open? No. I have November 18 3800s on SPX. I'm definitely not closing them now. PPI was nuts. Glad I held my 40/50s overnight. Not a bad move. Jesus Christ. Good morning. Was you closing November 18? Yep, that's it. OS had IV way higher than it should be. What's the positive PPI data? Can we get to, with the positive PPI data, can we get to 4100 today? Yeah. Yeah, we could. Speaking of which. Okay. 1 minute. Try not to get too distracted with my own shit here, but no promises. All right, cool. Oh no, SLD can still fucking rug pull the shit out of this. But SLD's tomorrow, usually at the earliest later in the day today. Gamma Max? I mean, SPX isn't gonna hit its fucking Gamma Max. I can tell you what Vega neutral is. Which it might come close to. Vega neutral's at 4173. I don't think there's any evidence of SPX crossing Vega neutral in the past. But it is just slightly breaking above GN, which it can surpass by a small degree. Not a lot though. So we are starting to see some breakdown in the options chain there. Do you think they'll try to fill the gap from yesterday's close? It's possible. We may not see it fill till SLD though. Apple's looking nice so far. Yeah, it's been performing pretty well. Is that what a gap up looks like on that SPX chart? Yeah, that's this thing has like an auto gap detector. So it's just displaying the gap between the candlesticks. When OPEX for Upstart. So, I mean, just like GME, it may happen earlier than like the OPEX settlement period because of the holiday next week. So we could start to see covering early on it. But like I said, give it like an hour and I'll kind of go into a fairly deep dive on what's going on with Upstart and what I expect could happen moving forward. See you later, McConnerberry. Enjoy work. Can you turn on gaps in... You can turn on gaps in WeBull app on PCs. Oh, okay. Am I really quiet? Probably. I don't know. I'm always kind of really quiet, right? My microphone's maxed out, but that doesn't seem to help anything. Next time to get a reason to full port and be heard again. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I love how an entire day's worth of short pressure was blown out in just 5 minutes on Upstart. A lot, yeah, a lot of short pressure yesterday, right? They drove us down what, 10%? We're already, yep, already back up. They're, I think they're super fucked on Upstart. Today's the short interest reporting. So short interest reporting goes in today, and Upstart's on Reg Show today. There's a possibility that they report. So because of the SEC audit that goes on with Reg Show, there's a possibility that like GME in Jan 20 or well, November, December 2020, December 2020, they report the synthetic, like the outstanding synthetic short interest alongside the actual short interest, which is obviously very high. And we know synthetic short interest is very high, right? Because Upstart's been was on Reg Show for most of last quarter, so very very exciting, at least on that front. PEBKAC was sound. What's PEBCAC? After hearing your previous thoughts on Upstart and Reg Show before OPEX, and now to hear you completely calm about it, has got me super bullish. I mean, do I ever really get like out of control? I don't know. I'm usually pretty calm when things happen. After hearing your previous thoughts, Fidelity just increased its available shares of borrow on GME by over 300K. It's now at 470,206. Nice. Thoughts on Warren Buffett purchase of TSM? I remember we had a good chat with the risk of China with TSM. TSM's offshoring a bunch of manufacturing into the US over like the next 5 to 10 years. As is Intel. Both of them are kind of compelling, at least on that front. I wouldn't buy them now, but I guess you could. Hey, Gurk, I will be in meetings from 10 to 1, so want to roll back to where Upstart will be discussed? Can you? I'll clip the whole thing, so don't worry about it. I'll clip it and put it up on the YouTube like later today. Did I hear you right that Upstart is on Reg Show as of last night? Yes. Yes, it fucking is. And it's super awesome. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. That might be accurate. Fuck off, Verax. Is December 2nd too short for Upstart calls? It's not great. You'll burn up a lot of theta before a potential run. So uh it's not ideal. If it runs, it doesn't matter. But if it doesn't run, right, then you'll lose a lot of money. Any good advice for entry share prices for Upstart? I mean, I really liked 20. Yesterday was a good opportunity. I'm guessing a lot of people took the opportunity yesterday, given the Reg Show inclusion. I'm also guessing that some didn't. I like 20. I've been buying a lot of Upstart at 20. I don't know if we'll see 20 again anytime soon. But Jimmy calls for OPEX are already up 35%. I'm not against taking profits. Is it worth sitting on them December 16th expiration? Uh, Up to you, man. I mean, you can take profits There may be another entry opportunity before OPEX with SLD. But you're targeting like a kind of narrow window. Get a cloud lifter for your microphone. What do you mean a cloud? What the fuck is a cloud lifter? I know you were geeking when you found out about RegShare, running around your apartment squealing and pinging all the quants for an emergency meeting. Yes, that did happen. I didn't squeal, but I did scream, rip off my t-shirt, and then page the quants. Shirt off moment, VWAS flying around the head moment. Those two times you utterly destroyed haters with 30-minute lectures, jumping over a hedge to flee a Tinder date. You've had moments of enthusiasm. I don't know if those were any of those were very enthusiastic. What do you think, 4050s or 4100s? I picked up some 4050s at open. I'm pretty excited about them. Buy a couple more. If we could get some downside here. Should we panic buying Jet? I mean, you don't have to panic buy them. Seems excessive. Should Reg Show News making you want to buy more? Yes. Well, a little bit. Yes. As that clarifies the Reg Show reappearance counting issue, clear evidence of the rule. Yeah, it does. Which is nice. I've made more money straddle strangling the spy than I have day trading it. Thanks, Girk. No problem, dude. Congratulations on the opening straddle today. One at close last night would have been pretty good. Um, what are the chances to pass Gamma Max on Upstart? I mean, decent. Usually, like when they blow off synthetic obligations like that for liquidity, you see a move beyond Gamma Max. First of all, because of FOMO. Second of all, because they need the expansion of Gamma to collapse on the options chain before they can flip their hedge. Um, so usually roughly 10 to 15% above Gamma Max. The thing is, Gamma Max can keep going up day of, right? So if the stock is running and people are FOMOing into calls, then Gamma Max, especially out of the money calls, Gamma Max just keeps driving up. So to say like the extent of the run today would be a mistake. You'd have a better idea the day of, but even then, Gamma Max can skew. So it's nice to know where it was in the morning, but to know where it is intraday isn't possible unless you're a market maker. What frame are you looking for a run? I'm gonna cover that when I start going into all the OPEX, like upstart stuff, here in a minute. Let's say 10:30 when the market volume calms down a little bit. Yeah, upstart IV is starting to move up. Selling more puts on Upstart? I already have a lot out. It's kind of risky to sell more with SLD coming up, and they're naked, so probably not. DDS is a beast. If you're up on SPX calls, would you cash out now to get in on Upstart or wait for end of day upside? I think SPX has quite a lot of room it can move today. I was waiting for this morning's like updated OI, which should be, I should have an update by now. The fuck? Oh, so we're still trading a little low. 40, 50 and 4100 look pretty strong. 4025 is an okay level. 4025 to 4050 is a bit weak though. So this range to the upside isn't very strong yet, although I would imagine that we're probably starting to see some buildup here. I should have another update in like 2 minutes to give us a better idea of where positioning's falling. Is it a rule that SLD starts on Wednesday? Yeah. The deposit period starts the Wednesday before the monthly options expiration and ends the following Monday at opening bell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Futures are ripping. Futures are okay. They're holding like 40-20. Looks like they're pulling down to resistance a bit. Maybe a pullback to like the EMA 30 here. At least looks pretty decent. That's the wrong fucking chart. Hold on. I don't know how much support we have at 40-10. A little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. A little bit of support here. It's all fucking call volume all the way up, so I'm not too worried about a big drop. There's a big fucking gap below us. I don't know if we'll fill it though. Do you know what the bar rate is for Upstart? I believe it's 89% right now. Good news on AMD today, and it's up. Opinion. I mean, I don't know what the news is, but cool. My guess is hedge funds are not exactly swimming in liquidity right now, so SLD could be quite a drop. It could be, or it could be kind of the opposite. Not much at all. It's 85% now? Okay. SPY getting smoked a little bit, yeah. Let's see if we hold the EMA 30. I overpaid for an April 55 strike in your honor. $69 near the ask. Why? Why are rev prices moving at all? Well, it's not out of business. It's just delisted. Average down those 0 DTEs. We know you want to. I'm gonna here in a minute. What's up, Agent Skarn? Dumb question, but hypothetically, could you sell the underlying shares to buy back a covered call? Yes. The call's naked, though. You have to have margin. You not only do you need to have margin, you need to have level 4 options. But yeah, you could do that. You could sell your shares out from underneath your call. Yeah, but definitely not in a cash account. And you need the money elsewhere, so you'd think you'd already have that money. Otherwise, you just get margin called right away. I think Ivy will cool off a little bit more into the day for upstart Jan 100s. Maybe? I don't know. What do you think? It's a little bounce bullish for the SPX. It's okay. I still think we could slip back to 4,000. Well, maybe not. There's a possibility we could. I'm still waiting for like another OI update after market open. And then I'll have a little bit better idea of the what levels are strongest. Oh, here we go. Okay. I mean, 4010 is pretty weak, but 4025 and 4040 are decent. So there's a good chance we pull up. 4050 is starting to pick up a little bit of strength, which is a good sign. 4,000's strong. So I don't think we're going to fall below 4,000, but the chop between 4,000 and 4025 is might be a little bit rough, at least in the near term. I love how people are worried about getting into Upstart. We've been talking about it and having it on the screen for 2 months, just like Bobby, and we just tanked to $14 and ripped right back. Yeah, I know. But, not everyone is going to get a good entry, right? Today feels like the day all retail went long, and now MM can just SLD hit full force, but we'll see. I mean, they definitely can. I fully expect another drop due to SLD. I think it'd be silly not to, but that doesn't it doesn't mean we'll get one. It doesn't mean it'll last very long, right? So, even if we do get a drop for SLD, it could be short, and there may not be like a lot of time to move into positions. We've had SLDs where they kind of happen overnight, and then by market open, we're almost back to like where we were the day before. Why would you look for this Jan way out of the money calls on Upstart? Playing Theta? How does that work? Playing IV. Can't seem to wrap my head around those timescales. Yeah, it's for IV. It's not for Theta. I've recovered from my illness. So have my Upstart Jan 100s. Riku. Nice, man. So why do we assume that Upstart is shorted even remotely close to GME? I mean, it has more reported short interest than GME does. It also has a smaller float. It's also been on Reg Show twice in the last quarter. And its fill to volume ratio was well into the last reporting period was consistently above like 30% in the last few days. Because all the evidence says it's shorted harder than GME. You know, proof. Hello, is this thing on? Happy birthday, Carl, you beautiful redheaded love child. Thank you so much, Fiscal Stupidity. It is on. You are seen. We could follow yesterday's story, let it rip through the early midday, then SLD into close. That's possible. Hey, Gurk, is 11:18 enough theta for upstart calls? Absolutely fucking not. Evidence aside, what do your plums tell you? My plums tell me that the shorts on upstart are fucked. They put themselves in a shitty position and now they can't get out. I'm from Super Stonk. What does evidence mean? Don't worry about it. Feds, Harker, we may pause as long as we are continually working to reduce inflation. Bullish as fuck. If Upstart runs 40, how much will you make? A lot, Bruce Wayne. A lot. Can we get set Gamma Max for Upstart at whatever number Carl is turning today? No. Did you take a position in Carvana? If so, what's your expectation? I just think we're going to see some short capitulation there. I don't really have a wide target on it, but my expectations are clearly noted in the DD that you're referring to. I haven't fully entered my position on it yet. I bought some yesterday, but I'll probably buy some more today. Yeah, we'll see how it performs. Today looks like it's still gonna be pretty weak. If I can get entries closer to like 10 or in the high $9 range, that would be ideal. I think GME's got obligations of its own. I think GME will run as well. And I've discussed they're not the same play in the past. I think GME obviously will attract far more FOMO than Upstart probably ever will in its wildest dreams. How much fight and ammo do the shorts still have to drive Upstart down? I don't think they have much. I mean, they have ETFs. That's about it, right? Not a lot of shares left to borrow, which we can tell from the insane bar. And also, they would need a pre-borrow agreement now. So their options for shorting are ETFs and buying puts. The problem with that is, well, we'll get into that later. How much fight and ammo do the shorts still have to drive? Do you think the setup on Upstart? Do you like the setup on Upstart more than Rev pre-delisting? I mean, Rev had higher spikes of higher fail to volume ratios and a significantly lower float, but Rev was an IV play, right? So the benefit of Rev was when they had obligations, the IV would move from like 200% up to like 400% in like 15 minutes. At which point you could sell Gen 35Cs for, you know, 2-3x their purchase price on the low end, right? So that was a lot of the Upstart play. It remaining listed would have caused another volatility event, which didn't happen, obviously, as everyone knows. It was delisted. Upstart's not really the same as that. Upstart is an effective and overcrowded short position, and no one can cover because if someone starts covering, then everyone has to start covering. Are you the DFE of Upstart? I mean, if Upstart goes to $400, I will be. How do you track and or measure ETF liquidity generation? Um, yeah, I don't want to tell you. With SLD tomorrow, I'm considering Fubo CC's end of day today or at an afternoon peak. Is this valid thinking? Cons. Fubo could run up and you get assigned at a lower price. That would be the downside. They're not worth selling. You're getting pennies on the dollar for your shares. The premiums suck. Carvana is probably going bankrupt. It's a big steaming pile of shit. That doesn't mean it won't get some short covering and see like a small rally. If Upstart goes to 400, I'll poo. I might too. That's fair. Have you entered your GME OPEX position yet? No. Should I? Probably. Will you stream after Upstart goes to 400? I'm guessing not. Okay, Upstart's not going to 400 right now. Chill the fuck out. If J-Roll... Isn't J-Roll the DF... Oh, fuck you. Yeah. Better to cash out on these CSPs now for GME and wait for a spike during earnings. To get back in. For GME? I mean, I don't know how up are you on your CSPs? If you're profitable enough, you could take profits. Do you recommend academic sources on the ETF liquidity generation topic? No. Find them yourself. Do you think Upstart still has a better entry during SLD, or do you think now's the time as word will spread? Do you still think Upstart has a better entry during SLD? It's possible. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that we see some more downside. I don't know what the fuck they're going to short with besides puts, which seems really fucking stupid right now. But they can still short with puts. Like the DMM, well, internal, there isn't a DMM because it's NASDAQ, but they can still internalize to some degree. They can use ETFs every day. Up 20%? I mean, that's not very much. Yeah, Fubo's moving pretty hard. I see it. I'm not blind. I think Fubo is the wrong color. I'm used to it being red. What's going on? It's still, I mean, it's not like it's at a high at the moment, right? Maybe I should enter some GME calls. What's the fucking price on these pieces of shit? Ew. Yeah. Jimmy's spread is getting gnarly. Yes, it is. What's your expectation for GME today? Still bouncing on this channel. It's looking good with the market pressure. We'll see. Maybe a small bump. Let's be cautious with SLD tomorrow. Yeah, the options pricing's up because IV's a little elevated right now. Upstart has better OPEX potential right now, in my opinion. Low IV and calls are still pretty cheap. Yeah. DMD the updated Upstart borrow rate. Oh, nice. Okay, so some shares returned this morning. Borrow fee dropped to 85. Okay. Still ridiculously high. Ooh, charts. Well, I like how that looks. It's it's very bullish for my SPX calls, Dork. Hmm. I guess the with SLD drop, GME might dip to 26 or below for a good entry, possibly. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we saw a dip yesterday. There was a okay opportunity in the midday yesterday. There might be one more decent one this week. Yep, I saw that too, Dork. I'm looking at the exact same chart you are, man. I don't know why that's happening. That shouldn't happen, right? I don't know whether to be really afraid or that's just an issue with the code. Nothing in the code goes negative, right? That's definitely negative 0.11. Although the top side of it's at 0. Maybe it's just because of the like kind of extreme movement. Okay. Like an artifact almost. What's happening, Pickle Man? Oh, it's like I think it's a bug. Is Jimmy about to bust? It might. I don't know. There's still a lot of negative gamma on GME at like 27, 28, 28.50, 30. So I wouldn't be overly concerned, right? Does it mean anything that there's a $15 difference between ES and SPX? Is it 15? There's like a $9 difference between the two of them right now. I missed Kofi's. Oh no. What levels Upstart calls are best to enter now? Further out of the money, the buy closer to the money, on a possible SLD drop. Probably, yeah. Although yesterday might have been our big drop on Upstart. I don't know if we'll see a lot more downside. They're kind of out of shares to short, and they can't really short very effectively now. Okay, time to be contrarian. Your bullishness for XPX today is heavily weighted on data from the chain calls. However, this is entirely contingent on the conviction of the call holders, which is shaky at best. Why so bullish, dude, if we keep chopping at this level sub 4,000? I mean, I'm not overly bullish. I'm just targeting like 40, 50. How's that? Do you think that's excessive? That's not even a very big move from our current price. That's where the hedge is. There's no other liquidity in the fucking market, so we just move to where the hedges are. It's pretty simple. I've been right so far. You've been consistently wrong like every fucking day for the past 4 weeks. I bought hype bought Upstart knockouts this morning, which expire worthless when it touches $16. How dumb was that? I don't think we're going to $16. Don't hype buy things. Plan your position. Walk in. You think Jamie is going to properly rip, or is this just random little VOPs? I mean, there's some pressure. I don't know if we can get above 30. Chances of GME seeing Gamma Max today, pretty slim. An Upstart a run to 35. What would be the difference in IV between December 35C and Jan 100C? Difference in IV? Well, they're located on different parts of the smile. They have different vega sensitivity due to the amount of theta attached to them. I don't do you want like a value number? I have no idea. SVX isn't looking overly bullish right now. Really? It looks pretty fucking bullish. It it, it fucking gapped up like $20 this morning. Tested the gap and bounced and is holding a higher low. I mean, even on the technical side, it looks pretty fucking bullish. It's consolidating, but the longer it consolidates, the more upside call positioning is coming in. If you're afraid of it, set stops. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If you're worried you don't have puts for the, buy some fucking puts. SPX put buyers. SPX doesn't look bullish. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Why are my puts not printing? Are you still seeing Upstart and GME early covering tomorrow or Thursday? Made so much money learning from you. Thanks, bud. No problem. we could see, I think we could start seeing covering as early as Thursday or Friday. I don't know if we'll see any tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're most likely going to see like some impact from SLD at some point. Average down your SPX calls so I can ghost you. Thanks. I'm working on it. Okay, now it's just frozen, dork. Oh, that's better. $4,100 0 DT, cheap as fuck right now. Yeah, also just a terrible bat, right? Like, thanks, Drew Deuce. I call this drop from 4020 to 4015 17 years ago. It's obvious. Oh, fucking popcorn trader. Hmm. 'Finally feeling confident enough to dip my toe into options after a long time hanging here. Thanks to the consistent infotainment, Girk. December 2nd, $24 calls on Upstart, a decent starting point. Your risk there is the premium, so I'd be careful with that. You're not really giving yourself enough theta if things don't move your way to pull back your losses. Um, and you'll be able to pull back some, but not a lot, right? $4,101 DT? So you're gonna bet on 4,100 going into SLD, which is tomorrow. I mean, okay. I mean, it's not the worst. It's just kind of risky. I'm not a huge fan. Fubo 750 call expiring 12/2. Why does everyone keep asking me about fucking weekly option strikes? I hate all of them. They suck. They're illiquid. The spreads are wide. They're shitty calls. December 2nd, November 25th, garbage. What's the rule of thumb when theta begins to quickly decay? After 20 DTE. Other retest. Or 08. 250. Oh, guys, we moved up $1. I didn't ask about weeklies on Fubo, but I asked about the long-term downward trend. Is it really down? It's breaking up, right? Over the last couple days? Or you just mean like on the really, really long time frames? And Fubo's very much in like an accumulation period. The last low at 286 was higher than the previous. If you go out to like the weekly, its trend is turning around. I think this might be the bottom, but I'm not getting my fills. Do I need to restart this, Dork? Shortening the period fixes it. Oh, okay. Oh, that looks nice. Okay, then I'm definitely going to buy more of these. You done buying upstart OPEX positions, or are you waiting for SLD? I'm waiting for SLD. I bought a few more calls today, but not many. This dip was kind of nice for some 25s. When do you get another options update? I think every like hour, so like 10:48. SPX looks really good, I think. I think that might be the like the end of the drift there. At least we're starting to get a little bit of momentum. Rad going nuts. How nuts? Ooh, wow, Rad really going nuts. Up 20%. Nice. Congrats if you're in it. See, if I start the upstart talk now, I'm gonna be fucking constantly checking my SPX positions. I was hoping the chop wouldn't last so fucking long. My degen port is back from the dead. Up 40% today. Clawing back those losses, baby. Nice, Hazy. Do it at noon. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like the midday fucking lull is a better time period. Start the SPX to 40-30 talk. We'll see. I think it looks good, but a little more stabilization probably. Maybe not. Like at the 40-25 level. That's what I'd want to see. Maybe there's enough interest built up over 40-25 now. And no update. If we can cross 40.25, that's pretty good. Like, we want to move past it by a little bit, but I don't think 40.28's enough. We really almost want to hit that 40.40 level. That way we can start getting some lift from the 40.50s. Up 4% on docu calls. Thanks, Gary. Nice, dude. I'm up a lot on the shares I bought. I kind of want to sell them. When you say that 4100 is possible, you probably mean that it's very improbable, but not impossible, right? I think 4100 is a bit of a stretch. Remember, we're above like the gamma flip point, so upside isn't realized as quickly, right? And you know, as much as I can't stand walking, he is correct that bulls aren't confident in their positions. I will say that the call side leverage, the farther dated, more confident call side leverage, is definitely like favored towards the bulls. Like they are building up slowly longer term bullish positions, but they're not like stacked, right? Um, most of the options positioning, like the majority of the options positioning coming in, especially intraday, is very short dated on both sides. Is that for ES? Yeah, I just don't love that program. I think it's a waste of money. My port is up 150% over the last week, greatly influenced by your analysis. You're the best kind of teacher. I know these kinds of games aren't normal, but thanks for the tools you give us. No problem, man. Can you take a look at HD? Is it looking good from a technical standpoint? I mean, don't they have earnings? Do technicals matter? I assume you're just trying to play their earnings, right? When are their earnings? Were they this morning? No. They're tonight? Yeah, fucking it's just an earnings play. What are the who gives a shit about the technicals? You're just gambling. You're gambling on earnings. Earnings was this morning, but it dumped. So I bought some calls. So it dumped on good earnings? Hold on. I'll just pull up the chart over here. Give me a second. Oh, it didn't really dump. It's over its closing price. It's up 1% on the day. The earnings were fine. Um Actually the earnings were really good. I don't I don't I don't see the problem with betting on the upside here. I don't know how much range it has. I guess I mean I guess you're targeting like 318, maybe 320. I would say 318 or 315 more conservatively. Careful with Home Depot. Sometimes it slips really hard when like the indices sell off. Make sure you have like stops on anything that goes in the money. That new Upstart channel was lit last night. Yeah, well, it is time. Got some 307.50s, hoping for 315. Upstart to 100. I don't know about that. That's really bullish. All right, I think SPX is gonna pull back just a little here. Yeah, not much. A little, maybe like retest 417. Maybe not even that low. We might just a few candles, red candles, but I think I have an opportunity to talk about Upstart here, so I'll try to get in as much information as quickly as possible. I have a couple other videos on Upstart already. Let me get rid of all these fucking boxes. All right. Maybe I can keep this open over here. Oh, nope, that doesn't work. Jesus Christ. Never mind. Okay, so let me think what I want to cover. All right, so as many of you know, I started to get interested in the Upstart play when it and its largest ETF, BOTZ, BOTZ, were simultaneously listed on RegShow. I forget the date this occurred on exactly, but both BOTZ and Upstart landed on RegShow on the same date. This signaled to me that not only was, you know, bots kind of in an overcrowded short position, but that there was also a lot of synthetic shorting going on Upstart as well, right? No other underlying asset and bots landed on RegShow that same day, just Upstart. So we started digging into the FTDs, which were, you know, failing at a pretty substantial rate. I wonder if I can bring that up here for you. Probably. Chrome. All right, so here you can see the fail to volume ratio for Upstart over the last 90 days. And you can see when it starts to get like listed on RegShow, FTDs start to spike really high. And those kind of that like sloping line. Here I have another one also that I'm going to open up here. I think this one, yes. You can see here where we have total fails going into the end of the last reporting period. Oh, these are ETF FTDs. Hold on. I have the. There we go. This one with the failed to volume. Thank you, Carl. By the way, here's our failed to volume ratio. So as you can see from like September 29th on, the fail to volume ratio on Upstart starts to increase significantly and on declining volume, right? And so this means that like a significant number of the trades every day are failing to deliver. You know, which ultimately did lead to its RegShow inclusion. Last year on GME, for those of you that were in this for a really long time, you'll remember that GME went on to RegShow and then it was briefly off RegShow before moving back onto RegShow again. And the reason for doing that is that it offsets the locate requirements that are forced by RegShow. So if you're on reg show for a given period of time and you can no longer find sufficient locates, it really benefits you to try to get the underlying stock off of reg show for as long as you can in order to dodge that forced locate requirement. Um, Now, if pressure persists on the stock, you're going to end up right back in that situation again, but only worse. And that's what's happened, I think, here on Upstart. I think we saw the shorts really crowd into earnings, and then I think we saw Upstart use a little bit of its, $140 million share buyback, 120 now, to buy the dip on their after their own earnings, and I think that really put the pressure on them and tied up liquidity. That was a few days ago. Um, so with Upstart back on reg show now, I think what we're looking for, the next really important thing, is a run to occur. Any run, any significant volumetric run on Upstart, even if we only test like 30 or 35, if we do it with a lot of volume and Upstart remains on reg show into the next period, we could see it really explode in a very similar way to the way GME did. Because once you're on reg show, you can no longer short without a pre-borrow agreement, which means you have to go to the lenders and they have to locate the shares in advance of you borrowing them, right? And we already know they have locate problems because of all the time that it's spent on reg show. And we know they've also used a lot of synthetic short liquidity because of the reg showing of their primary ETF. And so, what would happen in that scenario where you're both on reg show and synthetically short simultaneously is that at some point you have to cover those synthetic shorts. And if you cover those synthetic shorts while on reg show, you cannot stabilize price with synthetic shorts. Well, you can try. Um, but what happens is you start buying puts into your own share buying, right? And you create a massive surge in volume in the underlying, is not only is the market maker hedging, you're now buying into your own short positions. Other short positions are attempting to hedge their short positions, right? And then you start to get this big surge in volatility, which then attracts volatility players who's trying to swap out volatility and hedge it. And that's kind of the elements that lead into like Volga Vana squeeze, where so many calls and puts are being bought and hedged by the market maker simultaneously that volume and volatility just keep surging up and up and up and up and out of control, essentially, which then can cause short capitulation because obviously that attracts lots and lots of market participants, right? So while I'm really bullish and really happy that we've ended up back on reg show again, I think it's really important to note that we may run a little bit first, and then what we're looking for is we're looking for it to stay on reg show. If it stays on reg show, like if we get like a OPEX run, right, and we move up, to $32, um, we're looking for Upstart to remain on reg show after that period. If it continues, if it's reg show inclusion persists after a run, then synthetic obligations are only going to compound even more, right? And it's going to stay on reg show even longer. They're going to have to use more synthetic liquidity in order to keep it from flying off the handle. And then you get further compounding of the situation they're kind of already in. Obviously, retail has an immense amount of impact in an event like this because our call leverage forces the market maker hedge, which works against short positions attempting to control the price of the stock. So that's super bullish. I'm really excited for what this could turn into. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe they slip out of it. They have so many times in the past, but the double inclusion onto reg show in such a timely fashion, and everything kind of lining up the way it has, and especially the cost to borrow, quadrupling over the weekend, looks really, really exciting. I'm still buying lots of, you know, far out of the money positions that aren't super exposed to near-term price movement. Into the end of the week, I'll be buying shorter and shorter dated calls nearer and nearer the money. You know, in order to get more of that delta exposure. I'm ready to sell most things on whatever run occurs. You know, remember, if we move through gamma max sufficiently and our price stays above gamma max without gamma max rising, you know, gamma's going to collapse and they're going to be able to get some liquidity and bring the price back down. But that doesn't mean they're going to get sufficient liquidity to get Upstart off reg show, right? Because they need the liquidity for two things. They need it now, not only to get the price down, they need the liquidity to get Upstart off reg show. And they can only do one or the other. So either the price remains elevated and they get Upstart off reg show, or they bring the price down and Upstart's still stuck on reg show. And so whichever of those scenarios happens, it's very, very bullish, right? And then, you know, the next potential run could be really, really exciting because, you know, those positions could start to blow up. They're already way overcrowded. And so yeah, that's why I'm excited about Upstart. Also, not a bad company, you know, not the worst long-term buy and holds. They've got good management. They know their industry. They're very profitable, which is why they were once worth $400. They make like 55 cents of revenue for every dollar in sales. They have you know, quite a lot of cash on hand. They've negotiated themselves into $600 million of money at like a 0.25% interest rate, which was a phenomenal play, especially moving into a recession. They know their industry. They're getting more exposure to auto and business loans, which should give them some more loan volume. They make their money off of the facilitation of loans. They are part of, you know, the initial loan process. They use an AI system to, you know, kind of judge borrowers. Apparently, you know, their system is very accurate and provides far fewer defaults than things like Experian or TransUnion. So a lot of lenders are becoming attracted to them, but risk managers at banks, you know, are slow to move. So, but their growth over, I would say, the next 10 years looks very good. And that's it. So yeah, that was my Upstart pep talk. Pretty bullish. Pretty bullish on it. The similarities to GME's movements last year are very, very compelling. I'll clip it. I mean, yeah, it had the absolute fucking shit shorted out of it. A lot of institutions still have cost bases of like $130. I know, I know BlackRock and like Merrill both have cost basis. Like BlackRock's cost basis is like $134 a share. So I don't think you have to worry about institutions unloading their bags on any small run. And they'd all benefit a lot if the stock short squeezed or squeezed in any way. Pretty high institutional ownership. I think 40% of their shares outstanding. They only have 69 million shares outstanding. You guys, Ko-Fi's overlapped. Hold on, give me a second. I'll try to fix all that. All right. Let me see. All right. So, quick question about Jan calls. If the time frame is similar, we should think about rolling to Feb to keep the pressure on, or are we a month ahead of GME Jan 2021 timeframe? I mean, this is very similar to like GME December's timeframe. So think of it that way. Like where Upstart is right now is kind of like GME early December 2020. Provided it remains on reg show, which I think it will. So plan accordingly. I mean, if there's a big run right now, I'll do something I didn't do last year on GME, which was a big mistake. I'll sell, reposition, buy more options for out past the next OPEX period. Uh, Kind of one of my biggest regrets on GME in January last year was that I held my options all the way into the run, and there were a lot of opportunities for me to sell, reposition, and move back into even more leverage. So um if I get that opportunity this time with Upstart, I'll probably take it. Very interesting breakdown, but the question on everyone's lips: how fuck are they on a scale of AMC earnings to GME Jan 21? um it's really compelling. We'll see what FTD data looks like today. I expect a dip in FTDs as they tried over this last reporting period. They tried to get Upstart off reg show. I want to see how successful they are with that move and getting it off reg show, because that'll imply a lot of the available liquidity day to day, and give us a better assessment of how much they can control Upstart being on reg show or Upstart not being on reg show. There's a very good chance that Upstart just went and blew their whole $120 million after earnings on their share buyback, and their liquidity is absolutely fucked right now. But what Upstart does have, it has flat gamma from like $35, $30 all the way up. So if calls start coming into the chain, the hedge just keeps going. There's nothing. It's just flat, right? So every call that comes in higher on the chain will drive price action up even more, right? It's just an open fucking road. So if FOMO really does pick up, retail's ability to leverage the call side on Upstart is phenomenal. It also has a really low float and pretty high insider ownership. Why not have DD for Wall Street bets? Get those DGens on board. Uh, I don't know. Everything I post to fucking Wall Street bets gets deleted by their stupid Autobot. I think it's just because I post it. But you can't post YouTube links to Wall Street bets. I think you can download the video and then post the video. What are Gaff's thoughts on Upstart? Gaff's excited. Upstart, and also company share buybacks are taxed at a higher rate next year, which incentivizes share buybacks before the tax increase date. Not sure how significant this is, though. I mean, it probably matters. What are Gaff's thoughts on Upstart? Oh, I answered that. I think Gaff is intrigued. It's doing all the things he's very excited about, so. JFresh the new bear. Is he doing bearish things? He was pretty bullish last night. Is the Gen 590 leap the most Vega sensitive? Asking for the pores. Gen 590 leap. Most Vega sensitive. The more theta you have, the more Vega sensitivity. Well, the faster the rate of increase in Vega, so the better your multiplier on IV. Yeah, I really don't think Upstart's like a huge advantage. What are bearish things about Upstart currently? Maybe they get it back off Reg Show? When will the clip be posted? I think it should be live now. Is it up? I don't know. Yeah, clip should be up. All right, let me see if we have an update on SPX OI data. Yes. Okay, yeah. 4050 is really building up. 4025 is pretty strong. 4040 is okay. Still weak, very weak to the downside though. Probably wouldn't be terrible to pick up some nearer dated puts on any rallies. You want a little bit of theta to cover the SLD period. I think the biggest concern here would be getting trapped in this kind of dead zone between 4,000 and 4025. Do we have any more economic data today? Anything to give us like some momentum? Bar testimony. No, not really. Fed speakers today. I think they're done. Cook spoke at 9 a.m. I think that was the only one for today. Fed bar testimony at 10 a.m., which is going on right now, I think. With them starting to return shares, I mean, they've only returned 150,000 shares. Right. Reddit Upstart votes up 45,600%. Oh, is that like a social metric? That sounds cool. How do you measure that? FTDs are out. Oh, cool. Awesome. I should have some reports in a minute, probably. Can you pull Upstart back on the chart? Yeah, I did. Can you outline a way they can get the stock off Reg Show? I don't think they can right now. They need to get failures down below 0.5% of the shares outstanding, right, per day. The way they generally do that is by, if they need to remove it quickly, is they need, well, first of all, it's going to be on for 5 days no matter what. But to get it off, they would probably need to launder FTDs through ETFs. So you create a share in an ETF, use it to cover your FTD on the underlying, and then you create an FTD in the ETF instead. So you deliver the created share to satisfy the fail. You can also try to scrub volume through CNS by executing reversal orders. You usually see those on GME go through like the Philadelphia exchange, but essentially you buy a deep in the money call, exercise it, and then use the shares to exercise a deep in the money put, and you generate like 200 volume per rotation, and then you can use that volume to try to settle FTDs through CNS. It should be like a net zero cost position, but there's slippage on the spread. It could be profitable or have slippage on the spread, depending on the entry. You think SLD will move Upstart down any? I'm desperately fighting the urge to buy back into 12, 16, 25C position. I don't know. Looks like pressure is pretty good on it right now. I know how they can get it off Reg Show. They pump Upstart to 40 so everyone sells. That might not be enough though, right? But yeah, I mean, obviously, a big run is another way to get liquidity. The best way. There's only two places you can get liquidity, right? You know, on the underlying directly is, you know, you drop the price and try to get people to sell, which they did for earnings, and that didn't seem to be very successful. Or you raise the price a bunch and hope people sell. The problem is there's so many goddamn short positions on Upstart. By raising the price a bunch, they risk capitulation. Also, they'll flip the market maker hedge, right, which is going to cause a massive rally of upside hedging. And you know that begets volume and FOMO, and you know it can slip out of their control really really quickly, especially with that nice flat gamma that kind of goes all the way up to $590. So if they bump it up to 30 and then, you know, all of retail starts FOMOing into 40s, 50s, 60s, hundreds, 120s, 150s, 200s, it gets really fucking bad for them really, really quick. And it's a pretty illiquid stock already, right? Like it doesn't have a lot of shares outstanding. It's kind of a small float. So that's going to additionally drive volatility up, which is going to force volatility hedging, which is going to drive even more volume and create even more volatility. It has the potential to run out of control really, really fast. Is SPX actually going to do something today? Or are we going to see it chop around this level all day? I don't think it's going to do much unless it breaks 40.25 again. So we need some kind of push because like the range we're trading in is just dead. Like 4,000's got a lot of calls, but like 40.10, 40.20, 40.15, not much. Then 40.25 has a decent number of calls, but we need to push up into that range, right? And if we keep driving down to the lower end of the range, it's just going to force capitulation on the shorter dated long side. So, you know, a downtrend here is risky for call positioning. Right now, I think we're stable enough that we'll continue to see call build up. But if we continue to see a push down towards 4,000, we could start to see call side capitulation and those positions weaken and we'll just stagnate or drop. What are the repercussions for shorting a stock without a pre-bar agreement? Well, Rule 204 is in effect. Probably a fine, but you have to get the lender to be complicit, right? What kind of volume do we want on Upstart? A lot of it? I mean, it usually trades like an average of like 4 to 6 million volume a day, roughly. The Greeks are up. They're right there on the fucking screen. Is anybody paying attention to the Fed hearing? Your Wall Street Bets post got unbanned. Oh, okay. That's a first. Someone on there made a big YOLO, like 5K contracts on Upstart. Cool. Well, that's a good bounce. We'll see. It's a bounce. I don't know if it's going to be enough to break this trend. I might have broken the downside momentum, though. Upstart doing its thing. Yeah, it just keeps grinding up. Oh. Yield curve inversion is getting worse today. Yeah, there's oil's also down today, which isn't really helping the SPX much. Let me see something. Crude futures. Well, the oil looks like it might be bouncing here. I think it could move positive. Nasdaq's performing really well today, though, so a little lift from tech. Russell 2000's also performing pretty well. SPX and Dow just aren't doing very well. I think mostly because of oil. Let's see how ES looks. ES still just chopping on its like long-term support. I guess ES could bounce here too. It broke out this morning above its like long-term trend. Okay. Retest the lower end. Or stabilize and bounce. That might be some of yesterday's straddles picked up. This is good. Still kind of want to see it break this level. Sorry. So they got upstart fails down for 5 days and they immediately rocketed it again. That's a good sign. Yeah, I think this fall back down to like 407 again. This looks like we're gonna get rejected here. See where we find some support on the downside. JK, was closer to 1.8 contracts for 12.16 for 20 and 30. Still a solid chunk of change though. Yeah, that's a nice position. In Quantcord. Oh, okay. Sorry. Wrong. I'm looking at the wrong. There we go. Yeah, if you could, thanks Atomic for posting it to the other channels. Where is the 5-day range? So it's like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Hold on one second. I'll get to the ETF or the FTD reports here in a second. What is that? Gray? Oil's starting to move up a bit. Ah, that's good. There's a better rejection. Got enough to hit the bottom of the trend here. 407 would be ideal. 405's okay, I guess. Really don't want to see this fall. Because then it'll slip 4,000 if it hits the bottom. Let's see. Too soon to start looking at 11/18 SPY puts. I don't see tomorrow's economic calendar pushing back hard against the SLG drop. Or would you wait till after retail sales report tomorrow and reassess? I'm gonna pick up a few SPY puts, but not a ton, right? I'll probably pick up some more tomorrow after the retail sales report. You want them to be, for SLD, you want them to be really close to the money. So timing's really important. Yeah, we're still looking for an OPEX run. This isn't it at all. This is just pressure. You got it, Brendan Ellis Fun Adventures. Congratulations. Upstart's Gamma flip point is at, I mean, probably roughly 25, but I think that's more accurate than this one. But I'll double check. This recovery in this higher range is pretty bullish. So it looks like Upstart's Gamma flip. What time is that for? That's at market open. Dude, if I have anything newer. No. Yeah, the Gamma flip. This says the Gamma flip point's around 22.34. That's possible. It's possible we've crossed it. I kind of trust the accuracy of our Gamma neutral more. Like, because that's, you know, adjusts for the skew. I haven't been here in months. I sold all my Jimmy to pay for the funeral after my wife passed. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I'm back just for the company. Well, it's good to see you, dude. Feel free to hang out, man. It's good to see you back. I remember you. You never talked a lot, but sorry for your loss, man. Are we still looking at OPEX run, or was this it? Yeah, we still are. I joined the Upstart bandwagon late. Bought calls yesterday, now at nearly 100%. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. This looks kind of good if this continues. If we can get some persistence in this uptrend and start moving back closer to 40.25, that looks really promising. Of course, they ran Jimmy up that day on the 31st, so FTDs don't have to be reported for another 30 days. Yeah. I bought more inverse SPX to average down. Nice. What do you think is causing the uptrend on Upstart? They can't short it. I know Upstart hasn't fully played out, but are you feeling a little smug? It feels good to see it relisted on Reg Show because that's what we were anticipating, right? So having that confirmation feels really awesome. Also, can you handle my port while I'm in Vietnam? Okay, thanks. Leaving to an airport in an hour. No, you're fucked. New York Fed household debt increased by 2.2% in quarter three to 16.51 TLN. 50% increase, largest increase in credit card balances in over 20 years. Yeah, everyone's been leaning on their credit cards. Good for Visa. Rob Davis, welcome to Diner, man. Thank you so much for joining up. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Or you can go to the how to link your account channel. It's in one of the threads in the general chat. Or tag any of the moderators and they can point you in the right direction. What do you think is causing the uptrend on Upstart? Okay, yeah, caught that. Are you Zenish on Upstart? I mean, I'm stoked. I have a massive position in it, so well, I don't want to say massive. It didn't cost me a lot of money, but I have a very big position in it. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm leveraged the tits. OPEC settlement is next week. This week is OPEC's. I don't give a fuck what happens if my Jan 100's 3x. I'm taking profits on those to cover my cost basis. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Don't forget to take profits, guys. You know, those insane gains can slip very, very quickly, and leave you with nothing. Don't be a fucking diamond-handed idiot. I lost on the JPOW rug pull, back to even because of Upstart, and hopefully go in the green. Thank you for everything. You got it, dude. Congratulations. John Wilkes Booth, welcome back. And guys, give John Wilkes a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. All we need is that one reasonably large short position on Upstart to close. Yeah, ideally. Stop being such a choppy bitch. Come on, pick a level. There. Do you ever think that Gurk is the real Robin Hood? Thanks for all the gains. I, Vlad? Hold me, Gurk. I'm playing the bounce on cat. Oh, Jesus. You think it will take the opportunity to drop Upstart for SLD, or do you think they can't do it? I'm up on my calls. I'm thinking I might reposition on the bottom. I mean, they can. Active fund sell-off helps them dump internalization. I think they're internalizing a lot today. They can't short, remember? Don't forget they can't short. That's a big part of what you're seeing going on there. So like they want to short it, but how? I'm up almost 400% on Upstart. Jan 25C. Obligatory should have bought more. Well, okay, yeah, I mean, that's always the case when you're up on something. Does Upstart going on Reg Show today instead of your earliest prediction of tomorrow mean anything? I mean, I might have been wrong about and I said that yesterday. I wasn't sure the timeline for when it could pop back on Reg Show. I knew it was in the next couple days. I just wasn't sure when, and that kind of confirms that time range. So it's 13 days from the first day it was listed, not from the day following the listing. It gets the legalese involving some of that shit gets really unnecessarily complicated. When SPX SLD slide, usually from tomorrow through Friday or Monday. I'm in tears. I love you all. I didn't expect the love. Absolutely, man. I'm glad to have you back. Do you expect Upstart to just continue rising until OPEX? Sure. Yeah, why not? I'm okay with that. As we push closer and closer to the like gamma neutral, um, you know, it's going to be even harder to push the price of the stock down. Once we cross gamma neutral, it becomes really hard for them to push the price of the stock down, right? Because then the market maker is going to start buying into downside moves. But they try buying in the money puts and to short via the MM. Oh, they're absolutely going to do that. But how many can you buy? Like what benefit is there? They're not permanent, right? Like it's not a long short position. You can't hold it. It's synthetic. And then like you're shorting into rising prices when you do that. Right? So you buy $100. This is why this is so important, this setup, right? Because the only way to short is through the ETF or the MM, right? And the ETF isn't permanent, right? These obligations have to be covered over time. And this is, this stock isn't part of like XRT, so it doesn't have any sources of just free infinite liquidity. The DMMs, which means MMs are in cahoots with all the fuck short funds. You mean we're fighting Kenny? Oh, I'm definitely taking profits now. We're fucked. Well, we'll find out who's fucked. Also, there's no DMM on NASDAQ. They have internalizers, but it doesn't work the same way. The market maker, like the DMM process is automated. So you're fighting against, you're fighting against the God algo. So ETF shorts turn into obligations, right? Which have to be covered in the future. I'm short and are limited in number per day. So the higher volume climbs, the less effective ETFs become. The MM, you can buy puts, right? But here's the problem: you can only short with puts. If people are buying calls, that's gonna outweigh your puts because
you know, if you start piling into in the money puts, you're going to skew the delta, and you're going to make calls cheaper again, right? Which has already been going on Upstart. I mean, if you bought calls in the last week on Upstart, they were like free compared to their like actual pricing. They've been so fucking unbelievably cheap. They're just starting to get like a little bit of value, and it's not just the rising IV. It's the, you know, the delta skew in the call chain is shifting to favor the call side. Um, but say I want to short Upstart 100,000 shares, right? And I buy, you know, 100 puts at 0.99 delta or negative 0.99 delta, right? Um, and, you know, the market maker, you know, dumps the shares and they short it, and then, you know, longs buy the dip and the price starts rising again, right? Now you're losing, you know, as the price continues to rise, you're going to fractionally lose delta off of your short position, right? So, you know, if the price rises $10, $20, you know, your short positions, you're shorting into a rising price, right? With a leverage position. So, and then, you know, if they're getting really desperate and they really need tons of leverage, they're going to start buying shorter dated puts with even less delta. And then if the price moves up against them, it's going to like, it's going to blow up their delta, right? And then, you know, their delta slips to like zero point 0.2 and they've lost a significant amount of their short position. They've also encouraged the market maker to even further hedge the upside. So there's a lot of risk with trying to short with puts. Now when you're shorting with puts and you can, you know, borrow some shares and drop the price of the stock pretty rapidly and stabilize it, then it's really advantageous, right? Because you can ensure the delta value of the puts you buy remains stagnant, right? But that's not something you can do on when a stock's on reg show, because you can't really control the underlying prices effectively. SPX inflow is nuts. Well, yeah, of course it is. It's the SPX. I was trying to figure out how much they will get to get them out of this rising price right now. I mean, you don't buy in the money puts into an uptrend, man. It's dangerous. Really, really fucking dangerous. And you start doing that and you're going to spike volatility really hard, right? And you start spiking volatility, right? And then volatility players are going to come in. They're going to start hedging vol, swapping vol out, right? Then you're going to start getting, you know, deep out of the money calls and puts being sold, right? Sold and bought, which is going to only further drive up volume and volatility, which further endangers, you know, your put position that you bought into, and, you know, is going to encourage more call buying. And then gamma's flat, so you're already in a really, it's not good. It's not. You know, they're fucked. They're fucked. They're in a fucked position. They fucked up. Hey Roland, quit plagiarizing Gurk. He can't help it. He doesn't have any original thoughts. Controlling stock prices sounds a bit like manipulation. Well, yeah, of course. They're the market maker. That's their job. Their job is to manipulate the volatility of an equity. That's why we have DMMs. Not only is it their job, it's their privilege. Do we know if this rising price is due to them covering or just people noticing the reg show inclusion and buying in? Could be either one. No way to tell. I mean, call volume looks like it's driving up, so I would say that there's a little bit of FOMO, not a lot. Can I play Upstart with April 30 calls? Yes. Uh, should I get something with a closer date and strike? I mean, you could. You'll have more risk, more leverage, more risk. Besides CCs, what other option strategies can make us a volatility call? Cash secure puts, naked calls. You can get really fun with those. PMCCs, spreads. You can sell spreads to capture volatility. Can Upstart drop in price with SLD this week? Sure. What's my privilege? Get out here, Grim 2. Go make. I need more iHor memes. We have an upstart 1125s by the end of the week, or will 1216s be your closest dates? 1216 is probably gonna be my closest date. This is good. Nice bounce. Remember, we want to see that 425 level. I'll mark it. This is pretty fucking important right there. So dropping the upstart price after earnings must have been their Hail Mary tactic. Into earnings. Yeah, it definitely was. Yesterday was, I think, also a Hail Mary tactic in order to try to shed some of the call side of the chain. You know, they shorted us down like 10% yesterday. They didn't really reduce volatility much, but they did stabilize volatility. The problem is, in doing so, they jacked the borrow rate to 80 fucking percent, which is a big signal to everyone in the market that someone is overcrowded a short position, right? Don't forget, BlackRock, JPM, Merrill, Citigroup, they all have massively underwater positions on Upstart. So, I think they're all pretty excited to fuck the short sellers. It's good to have them on your side if you're along. I mean, do they care? Probably not. But, I mean, still, money's money. Oil climbing. Fuck the bears and the shorts. P.S. Is this OPEX? No. But it could apply some pressure. They can't short because they can still internalize, correct? They can't short. Yes, they can still internalize. However, they may not want to because they can't short it later, so maybe less internalization. No, probably quite a lot of internalization because otherwise volatility would fly off the handle. Don't forget it's a NASDAQ stock too. So when Gamma collapses, the downside's really rapid because the automated DMM is very, very efficient in facilitating the drop in price. So that's something you can look at. If you look at BBBY runs in the past versus GameStop runs, GameStop's on NYSE where you have multiple DMM participants. And NASDAQ stocks drop rapidly after sharp increases because the DMM is, you know, automated and hyper efficient. So be very careful of the downside after the peak. You haven't taken profit on any of your upstart calls. No, it hasn't run yet. The options expiration is Friday. Traditionally, the settlement carries out and into the next week during the T+2 period. So Monday through Wednesday of the week following OPEX. This coming week is a holiday on Thursday, and so we may see obligations covered early in order to avoid covering into the holiday. You forget rich people's hatred of losing money. They care about a position that is underwater. Of course they do. I mean, I'm hoping they do. Does Upstart have significant active fund exposure? It has a decent amount, yeah. Do you remember when Citadel tried to fuck BlackRock's Tesla short position in 2015 or 16? Vaguely, yeah. Does the holiday give them an extra 2 trading days? No, because it occurs after the settlement period, not during the settlement period. If the holiday was on Monday, they could even get an extension for like another month. But it's not. The holiday is on Thursday. So I think if you go look at GME last year, something very similar to that setup is most likely. Are your volatility positions on Upstart green? Everything except my Jan $60 calls is up. Is NoPEX possible? Always. Make sure you hedge your risk, right? What's a smart breakdown of expiry dates for Upstart calls? How far out wise is reasonable for strikes? I think for covering November's OPEX period, December 16s are more than sufficient, with minimal loss on a lack of price action. Jan 23s and Jan 24s are obviously better for out of the money positioning because they have more Vega sensitivity, and the Vega will increase faster because delta increases faster on those contracts because they have so much theta on them. So delta and theta better on the further dated the contract, especially on a big run. Or delta and Vega, sorry. We need more late week holidays. Maybe. Ugh, lame. Getting a little closer to 25. There's still some more downside to this, though. And this isn't really your forte, but do you have any recommendations for an electric tea kettle? Budget? What's your budget? Are you using it for pour overs or tea? Trim some Upstart Fubo GME positions with good profits, letting the rest ride with house money. Cheers. Nice, man. I have some GME calls, just not a lot. Oh, I have like 100 at 35. If IV drives down again this week, I'll buy more, but I'm trying to be patient with it. Don't forget I can sell like 1,600 covered calls if it runs, so I don't really care if I have long side exposure or not. Or, well, at least leverage long side exposure in calls. Yeah, pour over gooseneck would be the idea. I don't know about budget. Maybe give a lowest to highest order of price. There's a company called Fellow, Fello, that makes a pretty good one. I don't remember what it costs. It's called like the Stag kettle. I think it's like 160. That one's really good because you can set the temperatures on it. So different roasts, different teas, kind of covers the whole gamut. There's some cool colors. Stag kettle equals hipster hot plate. Yeah. But you can get a cheaper one. You could get like a Bonavita. I think there was one on Amazon, like Kasori, maybe it's called. I looked at this like a while ago. I think that one was cheaper. So that might be one that's interesting. It might be like a cheaper option. I mean, eventually they all break because their heating elements go. So spending a ton of money on them kind of sucks, unless you need like really precise flow and you're super into your fucking pour over regime. Or red regime? No, that's not right. Pour over. Forgot the name of the word. Just use your stove. Yeah, you can get a gooseneck kettle and put it on your stove too, but you don't get the temperature control. So you got a regiment. Thank you. Jesus. Yeah, the Bonavitas are really good. I really like the Hario one, but it's stovetop, so you'd have to. I don't know if they have an electric one. So you'd probably have to use a thermometer with it. Got in some upstart calls. Almost the bottom this morning. Is it chasey to add more positions now, or is there still likely to be significant movement even if no pecs? Um, I don't know how significant the movement would be if there is no pecs. I also don't see, with given the number of obligations due on Upstart already and the like 85,000 puts on it expiring this Friday, I really don't see how there is effectively a NOPEX. But I suppose, yeah, it could happen. You just want to have enough theta. That's all that really matters in that case. I don't think Upstart IV is out of control right now. It's still relatively cheap. It's just that the only reason these options are up so much is that call delta was massively skewed, right? And so as the price rises, call delta skew is improving, right? And so you're seeing calls being priced appropriately. Can you talk about how SPX getting rejected at 40.25 numerous times, 3 I think, is not bullish? Oh, it's not. It's been rejected 4 times today, with a lower low here. But we'll see. Hasn't slipped, so I'm not overly concerned in the short term, at least. Are you trying to like turn retail sentiment on your own by buying calls and then saying how like things aren't bullish? The chances of us breaking 40.25 with no volume are pretty slim. Is there an Upstart expiration date you like? I mean, I have Decembers and Januaries on all my calls. December 16 and January 2023. I have some 2024 calls too, but not a lot of them. Those are mostly just there if shit gets real crazy. The composite man's in the room with us. Who gives a fuck? The composite man's gonna get margin called if the market moves up to 4,100. $3.2 million worth of in the money puts on Upstart today. Are they sold or bought? They're probably bought. They can't short any other way, right? So they kind of need to turn to the market maker to affect any type of shorting. Thanks, Snutcatcher. With regards to put and call skews, ideally they should be relatively equal, yes. The one with the lower skew value is the cheaper priced of the two. Yes. When would we see the upstart movement starting? OPEX, same for GME. Probably, yeah. I don't see why we would see it line up any differently. Is this due to upstart call capitulation? Possibly, or just, the slight downtrend in the market and they bought some in the money puts? Dumping some internalization? They don't have a lot of available shorts for upstart from ETFs. So like the highest ETF holding for upstart is bots, and it's like 250,000 shares. It's not very much. As the price increases, so does its weighting in ETFs, which gives them a little more liquidity, but not a lot unless the price moves up a lot, right? Like the market cap would have to significantly change in order to skew the weighting. This is gonna break. This really looks like it could break. Do we find some support here? How's ES doing? Back to 40.23. ES is just being super fucking choppy. Although I like the inverse head and shoulders. It could still pull down quite a bit. Back to like 40.18. Ooh. Just my calls on this. It's moving much better. This would be the pullback line. I'll change the color on it so you can see. Ooh, a little reversal here. Is that gonna persist? Check TMs. What do you got? Ooh, all kinds of shit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Upstart's getting real squeezy. Yeah, it is pretty fucking wild. Well, I can tell they're getting a little desperate because they're shorting into like upticks on the market, right? Stop, you can't keep making us bullish. Why? I mean, I'm bullish. I don't care what you do. I'm up 2.5 times on the upstart calls I bought yesterday. Why is it harder to hold it when green than when red? This is a big part of why MOASS, like the whole idea of like everyone holding to 69 million during MOASS is ridiculous. I'm still a little sus. I mean, you should be. It's right on resistance. We're getting like a little bit of a turnaround here though. So the bullish like trend could continue. And this just being like a bar, right? And then we can start to realize more consistent, price improvement with less exuberance. So we get this straight. They're shorting and buying puts to try to get us to sell. These guys are absolute clowns. I mean, yeah, that's what they have to do. It'll work to some degree. I mean, some people will sell, right? They'll shed options off the chain. Maybe not yours, but someone's. Some people are just trading, right? Like they're gonna have a stop loss set, you know, at the peak here, especially when it just levels out like that, and they're just gonna get stopped out on the drop, right? And even if it's just a few, they get, you know, some of the pressure off. I don't like this. I think this continues to break down a little bit more. I don't know. I don't trust this level. I feel like it's better if it breaks back down to like at least 410. I don't know. Maybe positioning's more bullish than I realize, but I really don't like that it's not breaking down a little more. I'm still a little sus. Oh, yeah, you said that. Sorry. All right, I read that. How long have you been day trading? Like 5 years. 6 years? I guess it's 6 years now. It's almost 7 years. Jesus. With my own capital, not that, like 4 years, but I paper traded for like 2.5, 3 years before I ever used any real money. I just did it when I worked. Honestly, bro, your education has changed me. I was always so scared of taking profits because of SS brainwashing. Thanks for helping me make a better investor. Helping me helping me be a better investor. You got it, man. Does it make sense to wait for SLD to finish building an OPEX position? Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna DCA whatever when and if SLD hits. As a quant adjacent friend, I feel like you should let me into the quant cord. Nah, I don't think so. I've been here since the first stream, and I want to say that I appreciate you've never made air quotes while talking, ever. You're the man. I've definitely done that. Here we go. Now we're getting a little breakdown. Break this fucking trend. Please, dear God. You know what? I'm gonna roll this back to a faster. Maybe that is the bottom. Interesting. I feel like we don't have enough volume here, but yeah, I guess we could bounce here. See how it's turning up? It's hard to like draw a line on. But do you see this? How there's like a small slope. It's not truly like a flat trend, right? Like there's a flat trend there, but you see the way that it's pulling up from that trend? That's usually really bullish. You see it here too. Unfortunately, not everything can be drawn with a line. And this is still within the like outer range of the resistance there. Yeah, rounding out. I would not say that the bottom is rounding out. This isn't the bottom. I mean, over the course of the intraday, you do have a you know, a rounding, right? But rounded bottom breakout song. Let's fucking go. Get out of here. 125 on Upstart? Sure, they've got a solid bull case. Maybe the bear case is the Fed pivots. Is that a bear case? Doesn't that just expose Upstart to shitloads of active fund pressure because the market will skyrocket? Fuck off, Stefan. Thank you for everything, Garrick. The last 2 days, I've been moving from Pacific Northwest to California for work. I've been able to set trailing stops to take profit while trading SPX. Also, Upstart is life. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. I mean, but long-term bearish. If Fed funds rate goes back to Scarface Town. True? Like, how long-term? I think, I mean, you're talking about them letting the liquidity flow. That's going to be bullish for a while if that happens. Can you play the song up until the point where they say rounded bottom breakout? I just like the Matthew M impression. Yeah, if I find it later. Let's see if it breaks out first. Quant Cord, same like Prestige Worldwide. Last week we put liquid paper on a B and it died. Not too dissimilar. What's your price target for Upstart? 10% to 15% more than $32.67. Have you sold your straddle puts yet? What's straddle puts? I didn't have a straddle last night. Oh no, Upstart might devalue after running infinite percent on a Fed pivot. Whatever will I do? Well, I don't know if they devalue, right? If interest rates drop, then, you know, mortgages are gonna mortgage demand is gonna increase, which just means Upstart will be profitable again, right? Probably really, really quickly since they make so much fucking money. It's been about a year since I joined. Thanks for getting banned from SS to get me to leave, or I would have been broke behind a dumpster with the Dans. The knowledge and help are priceless. Thanks, Pickleman. Thanks, Deswima. I appreciate it, dude. I know you've been here forever, dude. I read that historically after the Fed pivot, there's a very short-term upside, like a few days, and the market tanks and finds a bottom of the bear market after the pivot. Is that right? Historically, yeah, that's happened. Deflation is far worse for corporations than inflation. Jimmy about to pop. Kind of looks like it. Kind of looks like the market's about to pop too. How nervous are you about Dole earnings? This could be serious. I mean, if their earnings aren't good, I'm just going to buy more. Not at all. I mean, I'm probably going to hold Dole for a couple years. My cost basis is good. I'd like to buy more of it. I didn't get an opportunity to get any extra, which kind of sucked. But if Jimmy and Upstart both squeeze this time, I'm buying a private island. Okay. You're building me a house on it, I hope. I'm just trying to figure out the bear case and the perspectives that I don't know how to determine but can understand is all. That's fair. Hard to find a bear case on Upstart right now, believe me. I've been trying. Market crash could be really shitty because that could unlock a lot of liquidity. Seriously, SS made me lose more money than ever. You're helping me grind back up though. You're the pickle. Thanks, MT. Yeah, buy and hold's not the best mentality on a extremely volatile asset. I think it's lost more people significantly more money than options ever have, which is saying a lot given the insane amount of money people lost on options. Is it too late and expensive to buy upstart calls? No. Mine are up, but that doesn't mean that upstart calls are very expensive right now. I just got mine a lot cheaper. But when I was started buying them, they were mispriced, right? Now their pricing is more fair, but IV is still fairly low on Upstart, and the price is pretty cheap, I think. Are we gonna round this shit out or what? Okay, so now we get our breakdown. It took a minute, but we're getting there. I'd like to see one like 4010 or 4008 right here. 4006 is possible. If we do get support at 4010, that's a little more bullish for a push into 4025 around like 1 o'clock or so. 4006, a little more bearish, but would complete the pivot here. ES does look good though. ES's recovery is pretty nice. Like it fell right into that inverse head and shoulders, so can it fall a little more? I think it can. 4015. How's the bid? Okay. So ES could slip another like couple bucks. Means we might see 4006. Why do you want to see a breakdown to those levels? Because I want the put side to take profits. I don't like that I can't see a bear case. It makes me nervous. The biggest bear case is not enough FOMO to drive the price higher. And that's a distinct possibility. Almost a diamond formation. That's yes, the top is not really present. Yeah, I would say you're missing the upside there. Every time I play SPX, chop, whenever I'm on the sidelines, rockets one way or the other. Yep. 1216 upstart, $25 calls, average of $1. Would it be crazy to increase price average to add since it's now on Reg Show? No, but you could also target other strikes. I'm not a big fan of averaging up positions generally. But you could. I mean, it's not at $25 yet. And this is a nice dip, so it's probably not the worst time to buy them. How much are those? They're at $1.69 right now. They were like almost at 2 earlier. It's it's not terrible. Let me look at the options chart here. Yeah, I mean you've got like a 40-cent pullback. You might get a little more out of this if the market drops a tiny fraction. Like it might retest like VWAP, which is like $1.54. So she might get a slightly better entry on them with a little bit of patience. SLD could lead to better entries. If you're already in a position now, it's probably best to wait and see the effects of SLD before averaging down or up. I started watching your stream after I clicked on a trade sweating clip on SS, and I watched his stream that day, and it happened to be the same day he did a stream with you. I've been watching your stream ever since. Thanks. Thanks, Tanksimus. I appreciate it, dude. Let's infiltrate Wall Street bets with Upstart. Who cares? They'll just buy weeklies and sell them all, right? And then, like, fuck up the hedge. I think people overestimate the power of Wall Street bets. I'd rather have like one solid investor buying like farther dated calls with decent delta than a bunch of degenerates buying 0 DTEs that the MM's never going to hedge, right? Is it time? Time for what? So I called Fidelity, they told me GME is not marginable. Welcome to the club. J-Aid, hello. What's up, man? Thanks. I know you do, JC. He wasn't a shell like me. That's probably why. Unsubscribed. Did you know you can buy a verified Twitter account for a mere $8? Yes, I'm aware. You could convince Rod it's a deep value play like Playboy. I mean, at these prices, it's not like a deep value play, right? Upstart's probably worth about $18. Like, fundamentally. Retail's unpredictability is its greatest asset in the war of attrition. True. Are there brokerages out there that have GME as a marginable security? I think IBKR gives you some margin for GME, not a lot. I wouldn't know. I don't have any of my GME in IBKR, so I can't say for certain, but I think they do. It would be great if DFE tweeted out Upsquart. That's what I'm worried about. Like, GME was a squeeze play backed behind bullish fundamentals. The fundamentals on Upstart and a buyer's housing market is frighteningly higher than 18. Yes, it is. Also, as they increase exposure to other types of loans and other industries, they can start to drive more revenue. I think they're a great company. It's not really an industry that I'm super fond of, but I do think they're a really good company in their sector. I think they have a lot of potential long term. So I think like I wouldn't be afraid to hold my Upstart shares at 18 in perpetuity. I mean, if Upstart goes to 40, I'm going to sell the fuck out of them, but I wouldn't be afraid to hold them. Upstarts were 6,900 fundamentally in the year 2301. Oh, Jesus. With all that said, thanks for teaching us the way, regardless of so many DGen weekly players in here. I mean, sometimes you're broke, man, and you can't buy a bunch of calls with theta. It's just life. Okay, very fond of the recovery here. We dropped to 40.08. Let's see if we can break back up into this trend. We'd want to kind of break back up into the trend here. Um, find some support at the trend. Then see if we can move higher. But the recovery, this higher low is good. It's even a little higher than like the previous, like that 406. So I think we can set up a. I kind of want to leave that trend, but we can set up another trend here off of that. These are done. Oh shit! I needed that one. Where the fuck was that? Was that here? I don't remember. Piece of shit. Was it up higher? Maybe it was. Maybe it was like there. I'll have to go look at my other chart. I think it's 40, 1746. I really shouldn't make these all the same color. Yeah, it's close enough. So if we break up here, very bullish into this range. If we fail and create a new trend, that's gonna take more time. There's gonna be more bleed. Are ascending megaphones better than horizontal ones? Weaker to the weaker to the call side, technically. The world population has officially reached 8 billion. Woo. Fubo covering a lot of ground really fast. Is this MOASS? I don't think so. Ow. Now we need more grain. Falls on wheat. Lamb. Alright, so we failed that test. Super shitty.
Riku to the anniversary of Wendy's, Riku to Carl's birthday, Riku to Upstart, and Riku to you checking your DMs. Praise be to the Lady VBop. I'll watch it later. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I will respond in kind. I'm a little busy watching this right now, so. I wonder if there's a way to stop him from DMing me chug videos. Probably not. Should have banned him like DFV told me to. No? You disagree? I said what out loud? Infamous FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was so bad at League of Legends that he played over 1,000 matches without leaving bronze tier 2. Imagine being this bad at LoL, but conning billions. Well, you know, different skill sets, I'd imagine. I never got past like silver 1. Gold 5? I might have gotten to gold 5. I sucked bad at League, and I played a lot of it. Is 65 cents a high commission per contract? Eh. I don't know. Depends on if you make money on the contract or not. It's not terrible unless you're buying shitloads of contracts. If you're buying shitloads of contracts, call your broker and tell them you don't want to pay that much. Were you a Scion 1 trick? No. I played ADC and then mid. The Upstart DD with drawings over a Yahoo screenshot yesterday was absolutely 100% correct. It wasn't bad. You know? I think you were quirky jungle in my ranked match once. That doesn't sound like, well, maybe. No, I wouldn't do that. I wasn't big into trolling. What's your line in the sand today for 40-50 not happening? It could, my line in the sand may be very soon, actually. We'll see. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. And paper-handed call buyers. You see Hasbro's drop because of how BOA said they're ruining MTG? I mean, they are. They've been ruining MTG for a long time. Ko-Fi, 'twasn't me, but I'm so proud of this moment. Ban Darth Dan. The real President Darth. You have your first imitator. SLD inching closer every minute. It starts tomorrow. It's not inching close. I mean, yes. Sure. So, huge thank you. I've doubled my port over the last 2 weeks. I look forward to grabbing some pineapple pizza and our spangly no sell shirts. Thanks, Shill. You're welcome. Thoughts on people freezing their liquors? I hate it. It's fine with vodka, but nothing else.
Oh, Jesus. I don't care, Stefan. There's only so much information a candlestick can provide. If you can answer this question, please. Are the stocks looking prime for OPEX? I'm sick. I'm sick, so I'm hopping off. Have a great day. I think things look pretty good right now, yeah. Thoughts on swinging Jimmy for SLD? I mean, what am I going to do? Sell some covered calls? I don't know how weak the performance will be through SLD. It's kind of risky. I'll probably just stay away from it. I already have covered calls out. They're worthless already, but I don't think I need to sell anymore. FBI is extremely concerned about potential TikTok deal. Long snap? Could be, yeah. It could be a good option. FTC would be the one that bans them, though. Is this a game of who capitulates first? Yes. Oh, this is so fucking dull. We should just retest. Higher? Maybe? Is there a trend out here? Not much of one. We should go to like the 5-minute and find a better trend. Ugh. 15? Ooh. I don't hate this one. Although that's still really low. That's probably where we'll pull back to. Yeah, that could still fall down to test the gap. Hmm. 32. Let's see. What's ES doing? Still being choppy. Hmm. What? Oh, the upstart chart's making you bullish? Have you looked at the 1 hour? Oh, it's almost like they're all the same, right? Right now I don't know if this broke down. Did this break? Yeah, it did break down. Okay. Do SPX options expire on CBOE at 15 or 15:15? Do you know? I believe it's 15. SPX isn't open. Not really. I assume you mean the SPXW contracts? Upstart 1 hour is just pure unadulterated confirmation bias. Looks pretty good. Does SPX the fact that it tested down to the PM right before PPI mean that the gap is less likely to fill completely? Yes, a little bit. You know, entering Nvidia puts before earnings. I might pick some up tonight. Yeah. Is it bullshit that the SPX didn't run harder with PPI news? Not really. I mean, we're still trading above our high for yesterday. I think it ran more than enough for something that should have largely been priced in already. What is cashless exercise at IBKR? You exercise against margin. So they exercise a contract and they sell off shares until the cost to exercise is met. Hmm. Gemini and Coinbase are both suddenly telling me how safe their platforms are repeatedly via email. Makes me think I need to get my money out of there ASAP. Crypto's a scam. Do you have a hedge position like Upstart, or is it full bull or bust? I mean, I have a portfolio hedge. So if the market does something super crazy, I'll be okay. Fucking descending wedges. Eh, closer to a downtrend. Ooh, support. Yes, down to 416. Still trading about $8 lower than futures. All right, well, this was a pretty hard push to the downside that didn't result in a whole lot. So, actually, two kind of pretty hard pushes to the downside. I hate the grind. I just don't want it to grind. Just do something. Fubo Investor Conference today. We rippy? Ooh, maybe. What time? Wouldn't Fubo $25? That seems really excessive. What happens if I tokenize Upstart on FPX? It's worthless, right? What a terrible, boring middle of the day. SPX 1218. Well, 4,000 still solid as a rock. Ooh, a little bit more, call side gamma at 415 and 420 now. This is as of 12:28, so 2 minutes ago. Um, 440 looks a little stronger. 4050's up like another 8 million. 4100's ridiculous. Who the fuck is buying all of these? Look at this shit. Hold on. Retail? I don't fucking think so. The net gamma is almost at 100 million. It's not fucking retail spending billions of dollars at 4100. It'd be cool, but it's definitely not. See that dead zone we're stuck in? Where like 4010 is kind of like we're right around there right now, but like 4000 is really strong. Like it's a nice strong support. But and the next big spike is 4050. But we really need to hit like stride into that 4025. If we can hit the peak on 4025, then we just slide right into 4050, right? But or 4050. But as long as we keep just sitting here in the fucking middle range, nothing's gonna happen. Shit. Well, there's a bounce. Come on, momentum. Don't fail me now. Piece of shit. Ko-Fi? I assume it's from you, so I really don't want to read it. Just because SLD begins tomorrow doesn't mean funds and institutions can't or won't start selling equities in advance. Jeez. No, it doesn't. But they also have 4 days from tomorrow to continue selling them. Why pick today when the trend is like against them? Or why not wait until a peak is in? And we're not seeing like big sell-offs in the broader market either. I mean, everything's up quite a lot. We'll see. Call buyers disagree. They all have more money than you, so I'll pay attention to what the MM has to do. Are you selling anything to capture the SLD move tomorrow? Are you selling anything to capture it? No. I mean, I guess I could use like some like bear spreads. Credit spreads. But probably not. Any significant economic data for the rest of the week? Not much. Retail sales tomorrow? And some housing shit. That's about it. Tomorrow's got some stuff in the morning. More Senate testimony tomorrow from the Fed. I think it's the Senate. Rest of the week. Initial jobless claims on Thursday could have some impact. Mostly housing data this week, though. All right, this is starting to look kind of good. Again. How many days on reg show before forced settlement of FTDs? 13. Have you looked at the XRT daily chart recently? It's up a lot today, isn't it? I saw it earlier. It's a lovely double bottom. XRT back to 75. Bullish. So bullish. This isn't consolidating as much as I would like. It's still saying super volatile. Since it's 13 days before forced settlement, shouldn't we not necessarily expect an OPEX for Upstart now? No. Forced settlement's just FTDs on the underlying. It has nothing to do with synthetic liquidity creation or obligations due to ETFs. What's your most realistic expectations for GME's upcoming earnings? I mean, if they pull back SG&A enough, we might see positive EPS, which would be huge. When is the Fubo conference? I have no idea. You think zero DTs being added to SPY this week is causing more stability? No, I don't think the effect should be that extreme. Got him, Fluffy. You can practically smell the terpenes on XRT from here. We'll see. I know Turd was pointing out yesterday they rolled a big like put spread or something out on XRT. I can't remember what he said. Do you have the Greeks for Fubo? Yeah, I can check them. They're usually really weird because Fubo's so cheap. Just delta neutral, which is at $2.93. No value for Gamma Max today, but yesterday it was $7.80. Risk-free rate on FUBA is kind of jumping a little bit. It looks pretty bullish, I think. It's finding support on, or found support on delta neutral. It looks like it's bouncing off. I don't know how high it'll run, but it looks pretty good. Boring. Ooh. That's exciting. Did that leave a gap? Oh. It's a double bottom there. Triple bottom? A double bottom. No one believes in 40-50. Okay. You talked about compounding FTDs on Upstart. You said the same with Rev, but it petered out. Do you see that as a possibility for Upstart? P.S. Aren't Volgavana squeeze a thing of the past? They've changed the way volatility hedging occurs, so to some extent, yes, they are a thing of the past. But it can still, like, volatility hedging still occurs, just at a lower rate. So less volatility would be generated by volatility positions being put at risk. That doesn't mean Volgavana squeezes are dead. They're just kind of harder to realize. Upstart had compounding FTDs, but then it fell off Reg Show. It was never put back on Reg Show. They managed to keep Upstart or Revlon off of Reg Show all the way up until its delisting. So a bit different. The slide off in FTDs on Upstart obviously led to it being removed from Reg Show, and then at that point, FTDs on Upstart picked right back up again, and it's now back on Reg Show. So that's pretty exciting, given that it's been off of Reg Show for like the bare minimum period of time. Just tuning in, and Upstart Reg again, you said. Spicy? SPX dead now. Very close. Fucking hate this momentum. It's so shitty and slow. You did it, shorts. If 39.93 fail, SPX to 39.70. Yeah, I mean, if we test the upside of this trend again, or the middle, like the midpoint of this trend, I'm gonna probably pick up some more 4,000 puts. Ugh. So put profit taking done. We'll see. Is there a price target you want to see Jimmy cross before OPEX for things to get spicy? $30? I really wouldn't want to see it cross $30 before OPEX, but during OPEX, that'd be great. Jimmy getting rid of some internalization today. I mean the market's up a lot too, don't forget. Like even though the market's in a downtrend, it's up 126 basis points. So that's gonna put pressure on all of these. I don't like the red, but a couple of things make me think it will bounce. This isn't fast enough for SLD. And that options change suggests they want it to go up first before SLD. I agree. I agree with both of those points. There's far too much money being dumped into 4,100 and 4050 for the not some of for some of that upside not to be realized. $250K shares available. I mean, that means that all the price action you've seen on Upstart today has only freed up 250,000 shares. So it's not really bearish. A 250,000 sell would probably not even drop us below VWAP by very much. And Upstart's trend looks bullish as fuck. Wait till CPI. Or sorry, CNIS, not CPI. The problem is I see no momentum on the upswings on SPX. I mean, they have a lot of momentum on the bounces when we get short capitulation. We're just not getting any long side coming in this like weird range. Can Upstart share price match FICO so I can retire at 41? I mean, Experian, TransUnion, and FICO all have significantly more exposure to other loan industries besides mortgages, right? So they're a little better diversified right now. But they are all trading at significant multiples to Upstart's price. Like Upstart's really trading at a pretty big discount compared to its competition. You think their FOMO is helpful to the play? I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be any FOMO. I don't think the post was very upvoted. It's a cool opportunity though. It's fun to tell people about. Can you quickly explain what happens for CNS again? At the end of the day, like settlement, so CNS closes at 310. So whatever failures for the day need to be cleared before CNS closes, they have like a brief period of time right there to close the rest of them out. What do you guys think of the Tesla short ETF as Elon continues to destroy Twitter? I mean, they're not the same company. I think you're more worried about like the sentiment. Tesla's short ETF. I don't think that's a terrible idea, but it may take some time, and I'd be very cautious about going short Tesla going into OPEX. It has a lot of volatility shorts, so it tends to see some upside following OPEX periods. I can't believe Wall Street Bets left your. They took it down initially, and then they put it back up. But yeah, usually they take down anything I post there. Yeah, I don't like that. So Fubo's BTIG Innovation Technology Summit is happening at 2:30 p.m. today. Cool. You think that might cause any movements on the stack? I wonder if they plan on announcing something. It could. If they announce something like materially relevant, though, the stock will probably get halted. Useful for what? Why does Wall Street Bets take down your posts? Because the mods are bought? I have no idea. They just usually do. Maybe because I'm like a YouTuber. Is that long-term trend I drew? What the fuck is this? Oh, it is. Okay, well that's a good level to find some support at. Damn. 4,000? The post is still up, 461 upvotes, currently 93 comments. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it since this morning. This morning it was a lot lower. Another public investor thing, 4 p.m. tomorrow and one early December. They're just making the rounds. Okay. The bots to get a post on there are ridiculous. Yeah, I know. Wall Street Bets calls all streamers grifters. I mean, I feel like they're. I mean, as a generalization, they're not wrong, right? Self promotion and no merch shop. Sorry. Which one of these is more useful more often for making more money consistently and why? VIX CBOE versus VIX S&P 500. I mean, what? Like just those are just like index charts. CBOE, like you're just playing calls on CBOE VIX? Calls and puts? It doesn't really matter. One's a little broader spectrum. One's specifically the S&P. Chris would draw on trend lines for a song long. Not only does he forget about them, but they stay relevant 3 days after the fact. Just assessing 1 or 2 day trends. What a shill. I frequently forget about trend lines I've drawn in the past. That's because we're always looking at the 1 minute. Gert calls other streamers grifters. I mean, they usually are. At some point, longs are going to push those options in the money, or at least profitable. But that's all the expected tomorrow. I'm guessing today. Yeah, but when today? That's the critical question. When? No, my super sweet buy order. Is it okay to hold through SLD? Sure. Hold what? Oil rocketing. Prepare for VEPs. I was trying to. Ow. Ooh, that's exciting. This looks so much better on ES. Ooh, big breakout on futures. That's nice. Let's see if that persists. in any meaningful way. Oh yeah, yeah, pushing hard. Fun stuff. Okay, I can get behind this. Let's pump it. $25,000 to buy on Jimmy. Cool. Right here. Yeah. FTX liquidation confirmed. They never hedged the fucking tokens. They don't need to hedge them now. The money's just destroyed. Do you think there's like some massive backlog of tokens or like shares they need to buy because they sold like 500 fucking tokenized securities over the last year? Have you seen the volume on those? It's minuscule. Gig was trying to hold out for SLD to buy back $28 cover calls on GME. Better just cut loss now or wait a few days since it's only Tuesday. I mean, it's risky. You need the SLD period to buy them back. I don't know why you didn't buy them back yesterday when we were like flat or down. But I mean, what's your expiration? People selling covered calls into OPEX already. I guess it's time. All customers' names and deposits will be visible during the chapter 11. That's fucking great. Nice security breach. I mean, that's like the whole point is like they had all these tokenized securities, but they never bought the securities. They just used them for leverage. FTX Jimmy tinfoil's tokens were used for potential locates for shorting. Okay. This Friday, you could probably give it a little bit. I mean, you're not in the money, right? And you have theta working on your side. I don't think Jimmy could grind up into the end of the week, which is why I kind of cautioned against selling cover calls this week a bunch of times. But you know, if it grinds up, even if they go a little bit in the money, you know, the theta decay can still make it cheaper to get them back. I'm sure Tom Brady dumped his bags before everyone else. Hey Greg, I just bought puts on GME and Upstart and sold in the money CCs for all my shares on both. Expiry for next Friday. Did I win? We'll find out. Today's T+2 from that unfolding. Yeah. Just a heads up, Costco's bulk mozzarella sticks are really nice value, quality versus price ratio. If you get a box, please make sure to fry them and not bake them. Oh, I mean, yes, obviously. Otherwise, you don't get the crunchy exterior. Why would they bother using FTX tokens for liquidity when they can use ETFs infinitely without a locate? Because it's easier to blame FTX for locates than to learn about even the most simple layer of ETF share creation. I'm not kidding. That's a true statement. Uh, it is much easier to just make shit up than to prove it. I know I've asked this question several times in the past, but is this MOASS? No, probably not. How are futures? Doing some ups, nice little recovery on futures. Also, oil's moving up, which is a good thing for SPX. No, fried in oil, pan fried, ideally. It would appear that a lot of the problems our institutional friends find themselves in can be attributed to sloppiness on their part. It's not really sloppiness, it's very hard to manage huge quantities of money. There are underlying issues that can get blown out of proportion very, very rapidly, um, with little to no ability to control it on your side until it happens as an institution. No, I don't really eat spam. People are aware that MOASS is a logistic impossibility, right? It can't go down the way they describe it. Probably deep down, yes. I think most people are pretty aware of that. But some aren't. I think most GME shareholders are well aware that their shares are never going to be worth, $69 million. And they're definitely never going to get $69 million for their shares. I'm sure that there is a group of GME shareholders that do believe that, but they're stupid. So, you know, thoughts on MicroStrategy puts? You think Bitcoin's going to drop again? I mean, if you have enough theta, probably not terrible. I could see Bitcoin seeing another low if the market starts to come down in any meaningful way. How about 690.42? Realistic for GME? Post split? I mean, maybe in 10 years? 20 years? I mean, institutions would make more money on the way down because they'd sell naked calls at the top. MSTR said they'll liquidate their BTC at 13K or so. Okay. Stop loss hunting? A little bit. Futures pulled back into their trend. Looks like they're dropping to the low trend again. Fuck, I hate today so much. Ooh, and a bounce. I don't really have this rest of this line drawn, but Jesus fucking Christ, man. Every little bit of momentum just killed. So shitty. Um, are we supposed to go parabolic again? I don't know if we'll go parabolic. Kind of just hoping we test like 420 one more time. Or 4020. Is SLD canceled? No, I don't think so. Is it concerning that they don't appear to be crushing implied volatility on GME? A little bit. Yeah, I mean the uptick in implied volatility this early in the week is bullish. They make them move in the pre-market and then dump on retail all day long. Yeah, they do. But I mean, retail's influence in the like SPX and SPY is fucking nothing, right? Like all of retail traders combined are a minimal part of the positions there. Why is XRT on screen? I have no idea. Did oil stop moving up? No, oil's still fucking rocketing. Yeah, oil's up like 150 BPS now. Now bonds are moving up. Treasuries are up. I should just played NDX today. The fucking Nasdaq's performing so much better than the S&P. GME XRT correlation for that little run they had. Yeah, I saw that. Last OPEX, did the IV not stay high, then crush? Last OPEX, like, are you talking about May? Or August? It did. As we approach, so IV tends to rise anyway as you approach the options expiration. SPX today on bloodbath mode. SPX today is up like 130 basis points. It just keeps bleeding into this shitty downtrend. Um, that I don't like. I don't know how accurate this trend line is, but I don't like it. Not that accurate. Is that? 39.37, 39.97. It's the low trend. Ew, that's gross. They just want to take profits on puts? Ouch my calls. Oof, boo. I don't want to buy more. Ah, shit. Okay, so if this fills, I'm hedged. But if it bounces... that's a big move. At 10 BPS? $60 BPS move. That's asking for an awful lot. That stopped at an upstart earlier. I think I got a chance to pick it up cheaper due to SLD. Possibly? I was thinking of August, but Ivy never really dropped through the period. Oof. Gap fill. I guess I can buy those back later if I want them. Expire worthless? I mean, they're going to expire worthless anyway. Probably get them for more than that. Someone left their short leg open? That's interesting. Oh shit, where was the straddle positioning yesterday? Are we gonna hit... Well... I think we're gonna hit the gamma flip. If we fall to the bottom of that, we're gonna hit the gamma flip point on the chain. 2 Russian missiles hit a Polish town. Will market get spooked and crash? Oh. Maybe. Expected missile hits village in Poland, killing 2. Two people died in an explosion near the Ukraine border. My puts? Woo! I mean, I bought some today. That's exciting, kind of. Well, I mean, not for the people that got blown up. Obviously. That's terrible. Do they know the source? That's kind of a big deal. Did the missiles say Citadel on them? Excuse for SLD sell-off. Possibly. Fuck. I hate when political bullshit happens. Yeah, that would constitute a direct strike on a NATO ally. Composite man bombed Poland. Fuck off, Walken. Oh, I just got stopped out of my VIX puts. Did VIX move up super? VIX has got to be moving super hard right now. Yeah. Hmm. Shit, how far can we fall? Gamma's pretty flat below 39.50. A little support at 39.75. Not much below that till 39.25. We could kind of slide down a bit. Do we bounce on 75? Okay, so there's a little bit of support here. Not much. Dad, I'm scared. I mean, it's kind of a big deal. I want to see more news about it, but nothing on rooters. Bloomberg article 1 hour old. Reuters, whatever. Nothing in the news about it now. Once again, Russia needs to address this immediately if they want to prevent a major escalation of the conflict. Yeah. I don't know what happened, but the Dans are not involved. Well, if we slip 39.75 on SPX, it's gonna fall quite a bit harder. Are we repositioning my upstart calls? Could be an opportunity to buy more. And this fucking drop is nuts. I'll reiterate that once we start falling away from 39.75, there's not a lot of downside support. And if we hit the gamma flip point at 39.50 and the market maker starts selling into the falling price, we can move like back into the 3,800 range. It's crazy as shit. About 4,100 on SPX. Well, it's not gonna fucking happen now that they've bombed Poland. Fucking massive futures sell-off. Can VIX halt? If the market does. This is all of zero news. Yeah, there doesn't. I'm not seeing any like sources. It's on the Ukraine Reddit forums too. They found a 1,000-pound World War II bomb on October 13th in Poland. Okay, well that. I feel like that's finding those is sort of common in Europe. It's reported in Sweden. Okay. Check DM. Okay. Our Poland says 2 people dead. Yeah, that's what the reports look like. I have like a couple news sources in my DM. I wouldn't say any of them are major news sources. I'm surprised it's not picked up already. Bush Premier calls urgent meeting of National Security Committee Committee per Reuters. Okay. German newspaper report close to Poland, not in Poland. Okay, well that makes a big difference. I feel like maybe I will. God, volatility is like sky high right now, though. I don't know. I think we can just keep falling because of the options chain. The bounce could be really extreme though. Like volatility on the bounces will pick up. If we fall below like 39.57, then volatility really picks up though. So it's I mean the time to own Raytheon was before this. Now I mean you're kind of chasing the news. If they actually hit Poland, that's NATO's worst nightmare in this scenario. I know. NATO Article 5. Hope for the dude who sold GME CCs. Yeah. Yeah, if the market keeps tanking, they'll just keep offloading internalization and stuff, and we'll probably see some downside. Probably not a lot, unless the market drops really fucking hard, but let's be honest, there's no way NATO goes to war over an errant rocket that killed two with nuclear implications on the line. That's probably accurate. I don't think NATO's gonna go to war over something like that. They technically have to, but they probably won't. 1,400 watching, 400 likes. Yeah, people just, I don't know, I don't ask. I figure if people want to like the stream, they will. Puts are starting to get priced up. Yep. Is this not a great headline for SLD? They don't really need one. I mean, we have SLDs all the time with no headline. It'll prompt SLD sell-offs because they'll sell ahead afraid that lower lows will be realized. Sounds like a nice distraction from all this FTX news coming out. Well, I mean, one of those things is irrelevant and bullshit. The other one's probably really important. I didn't actually sell those Jimmy CCs. I was being sarcastic, but now I'm wishing I did. I mean, is Jimmy really down that much? I don't think so. I don't think the drop's all that crazy. Well, it finally happened. Blew up my DGEM port in 2 days. Fudged the SPX. It blew its white all over me. Only CCs and whatever options I have open until my next bonus. Praise WeWop for my port hedge. Learning my lesson. Cuckoo. Thank you so much, Costellosaurus. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. So I just these upstart calls I just got filled. World War III definitely changes the thesis. I mean, it could. I don't know if this is World War III. That seems like a very knee-jerk reaction to the news. Hey all, sorry I've been away for so long. What's up, rug pullopotamus? Did you all miss me? I'm the bomb. In Polish for NATO, NATO. Sound like tomato, tomato. Smooches, everyone. What's up, rug pullopotamus? If this bullet situation doesn't crash the market, this is just another VIX pump, making puts expensive and reinforcing the melt up. Yeah, yeah, puts are getting pretty expensive pretty quick. I'm not very much price movement either. I'm sorry for manifesting this. I just wanted cheaper upstart options. P.S. Who's more fucked, Europe or the upstart shorts? Guys are fucking so degenerate. Um. Okay, this is the gamma flip point we're testing now. Gap fill on Jimmy at 2663. Sure. I don't really think GME gap fills are all that relevant. So I bought a November 25 spy put at 30.90 earlier to protect my calls. What's the best way to play this? Wide stop or just see where it goes for a bit? Might just want to see where it goes for a bit. We're hitting the gamma flip point now. We're falling below it actually, which means that the market maker is going to start selling into falling price action, which is going to accelerate the VIX even more. I'm definitely not closing any of my open puts right now. And I just like panic bought into a bunch of them. So we'll see how this goes. So far, it's been a great decision. Any hope for my 4100 zero DTE? I mean, yeah, they could announce it was all a mistake, and then the market can rocket. All right, we held the gamma flip point a little bit here. Still doesn't look very bullish though. The gap's filled to the downside now. I had a stop buy order in for 4,000, 11, 18 puts. I am now up a little for the day, even though I was holding 5 calls. Freg's Day lesson, paying off near Freg's anniversary. Thank you for all the lessons, Gerg. No problem, dude. Yeah, somehow even after my degenerate YOLO earlier this morning into zero DTs, I'm up. Yeah, I'm like even now. Oh no, I'm up. I'm just up. Yeah, up on the day. God, I love hedging. I sold half my puts for a 20 bagger. Fuck yes. Nice, man. Congratulations. What just happened? Supposedly Russia shot Poland. This is intense. Nope. All right, now I'm gonna try to play the upside. Ivy's still a little hot. 39.80. There's still a shitload of calls at 4,000, I think. Some of them might have sold off. You sussing? Maybe. All right. Bloomberg reports missiles crossed into Poland per AP. Okay. All right, I don't need to watch this anymore. I can take a look and see how GME and Upstart are reacting. Sorry about that. I still want to keep an eye on VIX, but this really isn't the best place for me to do it. Okay, VIX is cooling off pretty hard. A little pullback here, but I think this stays bullish. AP said senior US intelligence official on missiles. Okay. I mean, I think we shorted the rumor, so it wasn't SLD, right? It may have been a little bit of SLD. It was a pretty steep drop. It was like 100 BPS. No, this isn't sustained, I don't think. I want to try to pick up one more contract here. Fuck. I wonder if we have a OI update, because OI is going to have massively shifted after that. Fuck. Okay, so price stabilized at 39.75. Looks like a lot of call buying at 4,000. What's this time? 1:48, so 2 minutes ago. This is a pretty recent update. Call buying at 4,000 spiked at the bottom. This is fucking crazy. What a crazy day. I'm all about it. New York Times first to report. I mean, if a war started with Russia, the chances of there being a shift in current leadership are minimized massively. No sitting U.S. president, I think, has ever lost a re-election during wartime. What was your SPX hedge? Wasn't looking at the screen. I just bought puts. I was just buying some puts in case we slipped the 4,000 resistance. I didn't expect all of that, right? I was picking up some like puts for like SLD and in case we slipped resistance. Unless he decides not to run again, that's possible, yeah. VIX looking. VIX is looking like it's gonna cool some more. Futures are recovering pretty nicely. Still a little more choppiness there, probably, but decent recovery. And SPX is having like a hard time filling that little tiny gap there. There's no way the shorts don't try to take advantage of this drop, right? Fighter jets reportedly scrambled. Fighter jets reportedly scrambled. Fuck, man. I just want to play OPEX. Who's fighter jets? I mean, we're gonna do big posturing, right? Like, Poland jets? Well, Posturing air defense is the norm after this sort of situation. Yeah, absolutely. Time to put some stop losses on OPEX positions. I don't know. Still have to cover whether there's World War III or not. Extenuating circumstances, they can get an extension from FINRA. I think war actually merits an extension. Possibly. And I mean, this isn't going to lead to war, most likely, unless the U.S. really just wants a war. Yeah, I know Poland has a fleet of F-16s. New York Times reported, Tim, I believe, already. I think AP and Reuters haven't said anything yet. How many times can Putin ruin OPEX or SGs? At least one more, man. Gurk, you're getting drafted. I mean, not for like active service. Not unless they're real desperate. We'll trade in the trenches. I'll just stay here and trade. Can I get back my Rev 35Cs for a full payment? No, probably not. Still don't see confirmation on missile strike. I've looked all over. I see some stories others are talking about, but none of them seem verified. Yeah, I don't know how much verification there is. I'm kind of suspicious of uh how they've determined the sources that have come out, how they've determined that it's definitely a Russian missile without doing any kind of uh investigation. I mean, it's also like something they can chalk up to like a malfunction in, you know, the guidance system or something like that. So I mean, it's not like it was like a strike on a major city or something like that. Sources 2 died when the missile hit a grain silo. Grain silos can explode on their own, so who knows? Interesting. Fix continuing to cool. Yes. Yes. Turning around. SPX still a little choppy. Got to remember something about this market melt up that I think even I'm ignoring in my perverse bullishness, but the shorts are fighting for their lives right now. Um they're seriously fucked if the market hits like 4100. Especially if it goes higher than that. After SLD, if we start to see like big leverage to the upside, that's a big problem for anybody long volatility right now. They've got a little opportunity to get out here with the big spike in VIX, but not much, right? And if they're trapped up above like 30 or something, it's a really big issue. They're portraying it as the first strike on NATO land, regardless of what happened. True. I mean, the ball's definitely in our like NATO's court to do whatever they're gonna do with it. currently booking a flight to Poland to check this out for myself. I'll be our fly on the wall. Awesome. We're gonna have field reporters. When can we get some people like hang out around companies and give us information like a real hedge fund? You're saying the shorts bombed Poland? No. Field pickles? I'm at J&J. What do you need to know? Why are you never doing your job? That's what I want to know. I'm outside Citadel. The lights are on. Really? Isn't it? It's like 1 o'clock there. I will. I'm not saying that the shorts bombed Poland. Okay. Just one more time for anybody who's confused. The shorts did not bomb fucking Poland. You think we recover here or fall? I think a recovery is possible. VIX is continuing to cool, so we'll see if this breaks down or not. It's kind of at an inflection point. Either we start to see more downside here, or we get a bounce and move up. VIX isn't trading a hell of a lot either. Copy to say the least. So okay, little spike. Bazinga reporting on it. I think that's just where they get their news from on this. BBC has an art. Okay, AP is reporting it now. Okay, and BBC. Ooh. Oh, this'll matter. Looks like futures back to 39.60. Sorry, pulling native. My cost is on Genie still above 30. I want to average down. Enjoy this dead pull bounce and OPEX next week. And love, Kenny. Thank you so much, Ken. You don't know definitely if the shorts bombed Poland or not. You just don't think the shorts bombed Poland. Can he be certain Putin isn't one of the shorts of Upstart? I mean, I guess not. Ko-Fis are messed up. Yeah, well, people are in here generally mentally unstable. Sometimes. This is market warfare. No, I don't think so. I'm running out of puts to sell off, though. So I hope that we see a turnaround here. Oh, okay. Estonia's ministry, latest news from Poland is concerning. We're consulting closely with Poland and other allies. Estonia is ready to defend every inch of NATO territory. Ooh, Estonia. I mean, no offense to the Estonians, but I'm just fucking around, homie. Just to be clear, the shorts did not bomb Poland. Yeah, no one's. If you've ever gotten in a fight with like a finance bro at a bar, let me tell you, they're pussies. They're not. They're not like out there bombing countries. Not directly, right? They'll finance the people that do that, but can this be bullish since an increase in the VIX will make puts more expensive? Yes. I see the AP's article, but most of the sources are coming from a Twitter post, which is why I was concerned about the validity of all this. Yeah, I mean it seems real, but I think the like we got in at a great time. Whoever that was that fucking told us, holy shit, dude, thanks for the puts. Nice call. Look at us being a community. Do you fight finance bros in bars often? I mean, I live in New York City, so it happens. Your mini denials make me think BlackRock is behind it after all. Let me be very clear. BlackRock is not behind the bombing of Poland. To my knowledge. BRICS has more GDP and more oil than NATO. In my opinion, we are witnessing in real time a change from single polarity world into a multipolarity world. It's exciting. They just deleted the article on AP, or so many people are reading it, it's not loading. Do you leave the computer ever? All the time? I mean, not during the day, because I'm working. Do you just walk out of your job? I understand why you wouldn't be very employable if that was the case. That and your wild conspiracy theories about GameStop, Rose. Hey, look, hear what the White House says about this. Let's hear what the White House. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Ah, yes, you, Moonman. I pinged the Poland missile stuff 1 minute after post. I'm obsessed with the Ukraine war because I have family there. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That must be really tough. But thank you for the puts. That was awesome. Or it didn't happen, it was just FUD. That's possible too. Who's really paying you? I mean, most of the money I make is on options, so I'd assume the people selling them to me. Market makers? We got a live one, guys. Rose is back in the chat, acting like a fucking nut job. Just in, Hungary convenes defense council, PM Viktor Orban. Okay. This is getting fucking spicy. Is LMT gonna fucking rocket enough to print my calls on SPX? So you're saying Kenny flew his private jet around to bomb Poland? No, I didn't say that. Hey, look at that. Nice bounce. Making all my money back. Let's go 950. Yeah, this run looks pretty solid. Upstart will bounce too. It's got a lot of. Yes. Up you go. Ooh, back to 4,000. That's exciting. Bullish as hell. Okay, where was I? President talking now. Cool. Let me know what he says. Should I have tighter stops because the president's talking? Maybe a little bit. Oh, never mind. Cool. Does AMD run with OPEX at all? Yeah, a little bit. Now do I buy 39s? Ooh, so greedy. Pull that downside gap first. Yeah. Close to it. Maybe we just filled it there. Let's fucking go up, stonk. Fucking ridiculous. Ooh, those are cheap. Shit. Oh man, I nailed that one. Cool. Do you play any computer games? I don't usually have a lot of time to, but like I play TFT sometimes. Just to like kind of wind down. Can you see, can SPX still see 4050 today? Probably not. Well, probably not. I feel like that might be a bit of a stretch. I definitely think we could see 4,000 again because the call volume there built up on the drop. So I wouldn't be surprised on a rebound with profit taking if 4,000's out of the question. Right now the reversal looks kind of good. We'll see if the trend keeps up. But obviously, like with the situation developing, I don't think there's any guarantees. I just got back from a meeting. Was it the Upstart or Jimmy shorts that bombed Poland? Neither. No shorts have bombed Poland. Why is everyone always in meetings? Good time to straddle. If they confirm the missile strike, could drop us again if they find it wasn't a Russian missile strike. Bullish? Probably very bullish if it wasn't Russian. Or if it was like an explosion from something else. Although, you know, I'm sure they have like, don't they have like a radar thing around the border like NATO does? So I'm sure they know it was a strike, but it could have been not a missile. It might have been like a plane or a drone or something like that. And then grain silos are prone to explosions anyway, right? I feel like there's a lot of things here that are still unknowns. Anti-air defense miss. That's possible too. They found the missile remnant. How are they on site so quickly? What time did this actually happen at? Like, Pentagon says they cannot confirm. Okay. 9 gag. It could also be a false flag attack. Could be. We don't really need one of those, though. Like, isn't NATO getting folded, or like Ukraine getting folded into NATO, or the process has already begun? Lots of unknowns, but we need to see what the White House says about this. Also, the troops in Poland have been stationed at the border since the start of this thing. That's true. I mean, yeah, I'd expect the border to be more active. Confirming that the like remnant of the missile is like Russian, though, I feel like that would take some forensics that wouldn't be done in a fucking hour. Seeing reports of rich oil deposits at GME fulfillment centers. The White House confirms Poland shares a border with Ukraine. Yes, it does. It'll be like the movies where they unearth a fragment with a red star on it. Oh, of course. I mean, actually, That might not be that unlikely. I think most of Russia's armaments are from the Cold War, so I found a play that said "fuck your OPEX calls" written in Russian. That grain bin contained the world's supply of grain. Why is wheat rocketing? Oh shit, wheat's up 1.12%. Ooh. No, it's not worth it. Some of my calls are green though. Maybe excessive, Carl. Biden did, in fact, define the location of Poland. I bet Potato Tom's in the Situation Room as we speak. No, he's not. He's on the stream. Rockets were filled with FTX gift cards sold to Jimmy. Is Sam Bankman-Fried trying to get asylum in Russia? Didn't Germany define the location of Poland a while ago? Too soon? Probably. New chatter is debris from a missile shot down by Ukraine. Who the fuck knows? Well, maybe they like shot the missile down and the warhead just went flying off into Poland. It's pronounced Sam Bankman fraud. Fair. All right, ES pushing back up on 4,000. SPX pushing up on 3090. VIX continuing to cool. So, still looks moderately bullish. I should have kept all my. I should have just bought 5,000 more 40/50s for a penny each at the bottom. This is why you don't capitulate on your 0DTs. Last man holding. There were reports of missiles damaged by air defense and misrouted. Okay. They're still valued at 5 cents. Well, that makes me feel a little less bad. DMs, what do you got, Carl? Ooh. Well, yeah, we know they got it off Reg Show. But now it's back on Reg Show. This is the problem with delayed FTD reporting. Identity, are you just like in Poland right now? Where the fuck did you get this picture? Pickle News Network? I'm close, no Twitter. I mean, look at this. Motherfucker's like on site. That's a photo on the AP. Oh, okay. It's like a really high resolution image for a screenshot. iPhone 14 Pro? Yeah, obviously. I can't believe SLD caused a missile to hit Poland. Any excuse to make the SPX tank. DM do a Dutch article with more updates? Ah, fantastic translation. Where the fuck is the translate? God damn it. S300 type missile. 5V55K. Compared with past image remnants, remnant images. Okay. Polish Prime Minister summoning a council. Huh. It's a very colorful website. I like it. Say my name one time, please. Not a pour. Are you gonna change it back now? Your streams provide info and laughs during the whole day. Please never stop. It would be a shame to lose you. Well, unless Russia nukes New York City, I'm not going anywhere. But thank you, Effin. So why did RC bomb Poland again? I don't think he did. Can we get an update on the update about the unconfirmed pickle in Poland? I don't think he is. It was just a really high resolution screenshot. Did Potato Tom get hit? No, he's safe. We have him in the ready room. Don't worry, our potato futures are under control. Thanks for the help in learning good. I more than doubled my whole port with going for deep in the money and mini thetas. Congratulations. RC found out that Poland was still diamond handing Bobby shares and sent missiles. Pickle Entertainment and Informational Services. Well, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Seems like FUD. Mark it back to 4,000 real quick. Want me to fly to Poland to check out what's going on? I mean, I don't feel like that's necessary. How's Upstart looking? I mean, it looks like they pulled Upstart off Reg Show right after the reporting period started. So FTD's fall, right? But then Upstart went back on Reg Show yesterday, and we don't have any reporting for the last 15 days because FTD data is about as useless as balls on the queen. But I guess there's some queens that like having balls. Huh. How did RC move missiles from Ukraine across the border to Poland? To use the same wheelbarrow he used to move earnings and OPEX? I don't think so. I have to go put tires on my car, snow tires on my car. Let me know if anything fun happens later today. Will do. Is 420 a meme today? I don't know. Like if this news ends up being like bullshit, we could run. Like Long's positioned pretty hard on that drop, so and now puts are overpriced again. I mean they were overpriced anyway, but now they're super fucking overpriced. Turnaround VIX. I think VIX is still cooling. Uh Pressure on the ES is still really good into the 4,000. And SPX, I think we get another rally soon. Maybe we go back to that like like 4002 level. That's where I'd say it looks like we're headed. You know, some of that might have been panic selling for SLD too, right? You know, if institutions are trying to time the top and like some negative news like that comes in, you could get some like, well, you could get a little bit of panic selling from institutions. I mean, they're not going to dump super hard, but I could see a little bit of that being like some SLD liquidity being snatched up. Like cash liquidity for SLD being snatched up. Where's the fuselage motor indicates a Ukrainian S-300 AA missile? NATO going to war with Ukraine now? That doesn't work. Ortex has upstart borrow rate at 28%. Bullshit. I mean, I don't know. Fuck Ortex. But like their data is garbage. I mean, we know IBKR's rate. Ortex is a weighted average. Fidelity's rate on Upstart went up, but Fidelity's rate is always trailing. So, you know, even if Upstart's borrow rate were to drop on IBKR today, Fidelity's rate would continue to move up over the next few days. The queen has balls now. Yeah, I forgot about sausage fingers. How's he doing? Is he a good king? Is he fair and just? Or is he a tyrant? Can we confirm that it wasn't the obligations warehouse that was targeted by the missile? We can't. I wouldn't put it past storing the obligations warehouse in a farm in Poland. Polish press conference at 3 p.m. Maybe why puts are overpriced. Errant air defense? I don't know. I'm hearing some people say that. IBKR dropped to 58.40 for Upstart. Probably because of the big sell-off. Seems Poland accidentally fired while testing new weapons they were bought from Korea. They should have read the manual more carefully. The obligations warehouse was a tractor? I'm still waiting to hear why grain silos are prone to explosions. I feel like you can Google that. They are though. It has to do with like the friction of particles in the air. It's like the dust from the grain. Like dust fires are like a real thing. Grain dust be flammable, yo. Now do magnets. It's very. Pentagon spokesman Ryder says U.S. contacting allies, partners together at Poland info. Pentagon spokesman Ryder says U.S. following protocol to confirm Poland rocket reports. Okay. Yeah. You're out of your element. Yeah, I don't really fucking agriculture. I just buy futures. I don't know. I know grain dust can explode. Didn't you guys ever do that like experiment in chemistry class where you take the like the cornstarch and you put it in like a cloth and you whip it around, it lights on fire? Why does Kenny store upstart obligations in Polish grain silos? Who knows? But bar rate dropped, so sounds like a win. I just found my new party trick. No, don't go do that. That's really dangerous. You're just gonna fling a ball of burning fucking cornstarch into like some part of your house. Your particles are high in starch, carbohydrate content with high surface area to volume ratio. Add air and a catalyst, spark or fire, boom. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kirk, help, my drapes are on fire. I just threw lithium down the sink drain in chem. Oh boy. One of the kids at my high school stole like a block of what was it? Sodium? He chucked it in a fountain and it like blew up and one of the pieces hit him in the face. He had a nasty fucking scar. Potassium? Am I potassium? I don't remember what the fuck it was. I don't think it was potassium. It wasn't. It was like some sodium mineral, some sort of salt, like a metal salt. Sodium nitrate, maybe. No, it wasn't. It wasn't like table salt. Just pure sodium metal. Pure sodium. Okay, yeah, maybe that's what. Maybe I was right then. Yeah, that sounds. No, not pink Himalayan salt. Do you attribute some of this drop to SLD? Some of it may be due to SLD. That like if they were ready to sell like the upper like 4,000 range, I'm sure it wouldn't have been like I'm sure they would have sold some off with the rapid drop in market price, right? Which could have just accelerated the drop. Are we gonna get a move up here? It still looks pretty bullish. Yes, it's still stagnating a lot. Okay, I think VIX is gonna cool even more. Maybe back down to like the 24 level. Oh, I should have bought shorts on VIX at the peak. Ah, whatever. I made money on the VIX today anyway. I guess it's fine. I was hoping to hold those till it went like to 20 or sub 20, but check Minister of Defense. The situation is being evaluated. I understand it's an escalation of the situation, even if it was a mistake. Okay. I had to step away for a meeting. Still waiting to build more OPEX positions. I don't know. I might try to pick up some stuff here on the drop. Something filled already. What did I buy more of? $30 calls? Very unlikely I'm going to get those at the price I want them at. Well, maybe I could get that fill. Oh, no. I definitely filled on something. I just don't know what the fuck it was. Is it over here? VIX puts or short VIX futures? VIX puts. The upstart candle sauce or nothing. Oh, it's kind of cool. We'll see. If the market moves up again, we'll probably see more upside pressure on upstart. Let me learn, sir. Sure. Bought an 1118 SPY 397p at the top of the slide. Thesis is we see 3950 level for SLD. At the bottom, I bought 1116 397C to hedge in case the market runs it open. How do better next time? Confused. So today you had 397Ps and then you sold them at the bottom. I don't think SLD is done just on this like little drop. It was only like 100 basis points. It'd be a very small SLD. And with the news and stuff, I'm sure it was more meaningful than that. Oh, sorry. I don't understand the 1116 call. I mean, I guess if we push back up to 400 today, that's a decent position to be in. I know it's a pile of trash, but I'm still bag holding. What are your brief thoughts about Sundial? If they legalize marijuana, you'll get a chance to get out. Thanks, McConnerberry. Are tarot cards a good way to trade? Probably not, man. I mean, you could try it, like backtest them, but with a paper account. Buy Poland Bear. Oh Jesus! You ever think that your cat lady doesn't smell anymore because she heard you talking about to us about how she smells? Maybe there's a lot more. There's a lot more indicators besides just the smell. Have you ever tried psychedelics? Possibly. I went through a phase in college. Yeah, allegedly. Tarot cards are forward indicators. They don't work on backtesting. Shit. You can still test a forward strategy. You make a determination and then see what happens. Weren't you in college last year? It was a master's program. I would like to see you microdosing. You'd be even more on fire. I don't think I need to do that. I'm fine. I don't have any like depressive symptoms. Um Also I think it's kind of bullshit. I think psychedelics in general are kind of bullshit. They're just drugs. They like fuck you up. There's no deeper meaning to it. Everyone's like, oh my god, I smelled God. And he told me that I need to change my life. And the wall kept moving around. You're just high. You're just high, covered in puke in your friend's garage. You have to be babysat. I mean, like, that should be the first indicator that the thing you're doing isn't important. If you're an adult and you're so fucking high that someone needs to babysit you, right? You spend all day talking to randoms on the internet. I think you have plenty of depressive symptoms. That's not depressive. I need socialization to function. Right? It's good. It's healthy for me. Otherwise, I'd have to talk to real people, and they're actually worse. You think we could still drop to 38.80 or even 37.50, as you mentioned in the daily? And are you getting any straddles or puts for SLD? Thanks. Well, I had some puts for SLD, but then they were up a lot, so I sold them. Will I get more? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, man. Can we get more exciting news? I mean, it doesn't have to be bombs or people blowing up in Poland, but just anything. Anything to move this piece of shit around. I am an extrovert. I just hate people. So it's more of a conundrum than anything else. Thoughts on smoking versus deep frying a turkey for tea day? Just eat literally anything else. Adding extra steps to cooking what is ultimately a foul flavored bird. That wasn't a pun. Doesn't make it better. You're still eating turkey. Turkey sucks. What time is a Fed talk? There isn't one today. There was a Fed speech earlier and they had some sort of like testimony. What are you cooking for Thanksgiving? I don't know, food or like I'll order from whatever restaurants are open. Just make al pastor. Don't al pastor flavor your turkey. Just make al pastor. You know, you don't have to eat turkey every November. It's not a requirement. You know what I do? I'll stuff a turkey, take the turkey, throw it out, eat the stuffing. That shit's delicious. Make it with Sage. Communist? I suppose. Are we still on for Skype's giving? I'm not downloading Skype. That shit's malware. I can't believe Poland got bombed on Carl's birthday. It's not... I don't know if Carl's wife is Polish. It's really not a nice thing to say. I'm learning more and more that hedging is so much funner and exciting than the sad roller coaster I usually ride. Yeah, it's nice to be exposed to both sides of price movement and then just not give a shit what happens. You think this chat's average IQ is above or below the US average? I mean, it should just be average, right? I'll say above. That'll make everyone feel nice. Would you read Intelligent Investor or Security Analysis first? Doesn't matter. Intelligent Investor is more fun. If any, neither of those books can be described as fun, but yeah, I'm gonna find a steakhouse that's open, and I'm gonna get a medium rare filet mignon and a lobster tail, and some ridiculous sides. That sounds like a meal that would be much better than eating a fucking even slightly moist turkey. It's just, you know, if you're not in an old folks home, there's no reason to eat turkey. Hospital or old folks home. I just got a middle class tax refund, but I can't find out where to swipe this debit card on TOS. You ribeye greater than New York, greater than filet. Okay, well, you have two of those backwards. It's ribeye greater than filet, greater than New York. If you've never had like a 30-day dry aged Chateaubriand, you fucking don't know what you're talking about. Filet is either on par or just slightly worse than a good ribeye. See, you have to do all this stuff to make turkey good. You have to fry it or just season it with taco seasonings or fucking wrap it in bacon. It's just shit. Just don't eat it. Don't eat turkey. It's worse chicken, and chicken's not fucking great. Porterhouse, filet, or New York? What? What? Spend time with your family and leave the house. Don't stay in and be alone for the holidays. Why? I don't like holidays. Time to buy put calls on GME. What? If Putin releases a nuclear bomb and you had 5 minutes left to live, what would you do? Full port into like a defense ETF and then hide in my nuclear fallout shelter in the basement of my building. I'd grab as many ice cream sandwiches as I could stuff into a folded up hoodie. They're individually wrapped, so even if they melt, I can kind of just drink them. And they're very calorically dense, so I could probably survive for several days. It's not about the holiday, it's more about being around family and enjoying them while you still can. I didn't enjoy them before, but I think we have different families. I know you would, Darth. And I would allow you to piggy me back me out of Manhattan as the radiation poisoning stripped the flesh from your body. Where do we stand on OI and SPX? I think SPX is looking good to move back up to 4,000. I don't know if it's going to move much higher today, though. Fuck Thanksgiving. My favorite grandpa died Thanksgiving morning on the way to our house. See, yeah, Thanksgiving's constantly killing older people because they have to get up and like do a bunch of things. It's like this, like too much excitement. I swear Gert can't see my message. I see it. I mean, chat's been moving kind of quick, so I might have missed a previous message. Time for longer dated puts. Okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till we're back up here in this range. I don't know if we'll ever get back up in this range, but if we do, that's what I'm gonna wait for. Thoughts on the $20 million of Jan and Fed puts being bought on Upstart today? Are they really planning to try to dodge this, or are they just buying time? They're just trying to short it to keep it from going apeshit. Did you see Lexi Lore put out some good squeeze play DD? Who? No? Is that like I don't know who all these Furu people are. Upstart bar rate down to 58% on iBorrowdesk. Yeah, they returned some shares. It's still at 58%. We need the power hour song today, please. Because they returned shares, because there was a massive market sell-off, and people sold shares of Upstart, which allowed them to then cover and return shares, which drops the bar rate. When you take shares and you give them back, then the bar rate goes back down. When you pull shares out, bar rate goes up. It's not a complicated process. Things aren't one-dimensional. Like supply and demand. Very good, JC. I see you've been reading the books. I really, really, really need to stop Googling things I read from the pickle jar on my work computer. I mean, just give the IT guy $500 every Christmas.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
It's working. Oh, was the rocket animation too soon? It definitely was. Oh well. I'll just make an apology video later, right? No, I won't. Do you expect SPX downs for tomorrow then? We still have 3 days of SLD ahead of us. Man, if this thing breaks 40.10, I'm gonna be up on the day after I lost $12,000. That's impressive. I love the fucking SPX. Is Upstart a squart up company? Not anymore. They've been around for a while. Oh no. Well, that was fun. I wonder if this is a good time to buy more GME calls. What would I even want? 30s? Eh. Oh, that's Fubo. Fuck that. Are we doing another Fregs Day? Yes, I believe so. But be prepared this time. Break of 4,000 with volume. What's your upside PT? Looks like a pullback to 39.90. We have an hour. I can look at positioning. I'm not feeling overly bullish on the rest of the day, though, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, like 4,000 still looks really good. But 40.25 lost a bunch of open interests. And like 4,000 to 40.25 is just garbage. Like that range. And now it's worse. 4,000's better now, but the rest of it's kind of shitty. Why not wait to see how SLD affects Jamie tomorrow to buy calls? I'm going to. I was just seeing if they'd gotten any cheaper. They hadn't. IV's still pretty elevated, so well, fuck that. Fregs Day was a huge opportunity if you weren't a dumb permabull. I mean, on Friday and Monday, I made a shitload of money. The problem was I took all that money and then doubled down on Tuesday and then lost a ton of it. It looks really good for like T+2, right? Like we were booking. One of us. Well, sort of. Is SPX just 10x SPY? No, it's better. I mean, the missile attack made me like 20 grand. I cratered my hopes for 40-50. How bullish are you for Upstart? I'm pretty bullish. I'm excited about its re-inclusion into Reg Show. No, OPEX isn't canceled. Fuck you, 1 second guy. That's definitely not true. We should see 40-50 tomorrow. SLD drops. Don't need to start tomorrow, right? No, they don't. And we could have bullish, some more bullish economic news in the morning tomorrow. There's a few things out. Carl, deleting his message isn't going to help. Brett Harrell just wanted to let everyone know that both of his super chats were funded by shadowing me. I'm glad you've made $4. I was 45K at the time of closing, 4,000C and 20C. I've now closed out up 5K on the day. What is dead may never die. Nice, man. What are your predictions on the retail sales report? It'll probably maybe a little slump, actually. I can see it slumping a little bit. It's tough to say. I don't think it matters a lot either way, but I would imagine that demand is down a little bit over the previous month. Just because inflation's been up, right? I sold my calls. Why is the borrow rate dropping? Well, I wonder. Any predictions for Nvidia earnings? This insane pump feels like a buy the rumor, sell the news. I don't have any predictions, but I have some puts. DJI and Russell were good indicators. The SPY's continued move up. Do you expect NDX to follow the SPY's moves? What's your target for NDX? I don't know. NDX has been performing a little better today, but maybe we see it hit like not 1200, but like 11970. I might get some NDX for like the OPEX period. I wonder if now's a good entry opportunity for that. Probably not. Lara, put their pickle in my jar. I'll fix them to do it again. Well, you can't time out the Ko-Fi. Can't even really ban people on there. Now Zelensky said Russian missiles hit Poland, but I thought it was a Ukrainian missile. If SLD filled that downside gap at 3750, that would be a huge drop. I mean, it'd be a decent drop. That'd be kind of insane. I don't know if we could move that far. We'd have to fill. So if we drop that far, we're gonna end up filling the like downside gap. There's a downside gap on SPX that's like between what is it, like 3865 and 3744. That'd be fucking crazy at our current prices. I mean, that's like a 600 basis. That would be way bigger than previous SLD drops. Generally, those big downside gaps don't get filled until the next like really bad economic like data, right? Like the next like downside leg in the market. Right now, I think at our current price, I would say the range for SLD is probably maybe like 3875. But I think it might be lessened due to the sell-off earlier today. So somewhere between 3875 and like 3912. Russia has denied the rockets. Shit. Do you have a put position? If not, will you? No. I'd rather just short an index. Cat stabilizes too much on the downside and chews up your theta. I'd rather just like, if I was gonna short cat, I'd just short Dow. The 3-day 3% drop on SPX every day in June Was Causeway something specific? I remember it was big, but I don't remember any news associated to it. In June? That was like the inflation report, right? You're kind of far back for that one. September was the Fed pivot. June. When it like started gapping down. I think that's when they first isn't that when they first started the 0.75 rate increases? It's right around the time of the FOMC meeting. Generally on these bear rallies, the market's reverse direction with SLD. Like when the SLD settlement period hits, you start to get a lot more short leverage, right? Because then they've freed up more margin and VIX is down, so they can start leveraging the downside again. Good entry for Upstart. It's not terrible. Upstart's IV isn't as elevated as GME. It's more liquid. Like it doesn't have like the insane amount of retail ownership, right? So it doesn't build up implied volatility as quickly. Pickle, it's time for you to start pronouncing NVIDIA correctly. It comes from the word NVIDIA, which means envy in Spanish. Okay. But they didn't spell it that way. So I can pronounce it however I want because it's a made up word. Learned a lesson. If they wanted to be called NVIDIA, they should have put a fucking E at the beginning of their name. Otherwise, an N with no vowel next to it is just pronounced N. They could have hyphenated it. That'd be NVIDIA. The E is invisible. Fuck that. It's time for you to start pronouncing Cerner correctly. It's Kerner. Like the kernels. It doesn't matter. They don't exist anymore. They got bought out. Also, Jimmy is gimme, not Jimmy. That's horseshit. FUD. Where's Carl? Chappelle. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Pronounce Nivda. It'd be Nivida. uh, Today's been a fun day. Gurk, I'm gonna send you some lobster. You don't need to do that. I have a lot of restaurants near me. They all sell lobsters. If I go to more expensive restaurants, I can get those lobsters from the locale of my choosing. I can get those like giant Australian lobsters, or I can get like the little spiny lobsters, or I can get Maine lobsters. John Parker, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I live in Manhattan. On Manhattan? In. I thought you were going to say you don't have to do that. I have lots of money. I mean, I can buy my own lobster. I've never seen Impractical Jokers. Is that like a television show of like prank YouTubes? Or is it more fleshed out? The title is deceiving, I feel like. If they just pull practical jokes on people, I hate them. Prank YouTubers are a waste of oxygen. Hey Gurk, I want to send you mini boxes of Kraft Max and cheese. Ballpark hot dogs for the winter. No thank you, Hazy. It sounds like an innuendo. Not to brag or anything, but I can buy my own lobster. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, wink wink nudge. I mean, you've really killed any sense of innuendo by winking and nudging, but no, I'm not. What sexual innuendo is there with a lobster? Do you have a lobster fetish? You want me to dress up like a crustacean to get you going? Thoughts on trick shot YouTubers? Yeah, the world could probably do with just less of all those people. Try on hauls, trick shots, and prank videos. Have you seen the movie The Lobster? No. Financial infotainers, too. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to add that to the list. Add unboxing. No, unboxings are super useful, actually. Take that back. I don't want to open boxes. I don't want to buy things either, and they prevent me from doing both of those. That's a service and a gift. Moonman, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. You know the deal, right? Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. I was about to unsub, then I heard it's turning into a crustacean fetish channel. Thoughts on J-Roll, the people's quant. He's a fucking idiot. I'm surprised if he can do basic algebra. When your chips get too small to dip, you pour the chip fragments into the nacho cheese and eat it with a spoon like yogurt with granola sprinkled on top. Ew. I don't know who the fuck Jordan Peterson is. I hear his name brought up. I think ironically. Maybe, I don't know what an innuendo is actually. Now that I think of that, well, at least you know how to spell it. Definitely explains the strange looks I get from women when I use the what I think are clever one-liners. Maybe. At least like bounce that off someone. Okay, so here's what I don't get. So there's a ton of call gamut at 4,000, yet we can't seem to break it. When exactly does the MM de-risk? Does the run-up to 4,000 imply the de-risking has already occurred with the buying necessary to bring us there? Or is... Oh, fuck off with the composite man shit. First of all, we're basically trading at 4,000, right? We did break it 3 minutes ago. But, you know, as we move towards the price, they hedge more. As we move above the price, then those calls get hedged even more than that, right? They go from like 0.45 delta to 0.5 delta to 0.5 delta to 0.6 delta. You know how that works? So like the further in the money they are, the more they're hedged. So when we're trading at like 40.10, there's a stronger hedge on that massive amount of call gamma at 4,000. So it's harder for the shorts to push down on it. I really just don't know who he is, though. Jordan B. Peterson pretty much saved me from suicide. Is he a comedian? Could you please look at DocuSign and give your opinion on a potential OPEX run? Volatility over there is shorted, but it's not like volatility is generally not very high. So there's going to probably be some obligations from synthetic shorting. I don't know how many. I know it's run quite a bit already recently. It looks good. I mean, upside price targets 56, 60, 65. Jordan Peterson is a conservative philosophical psychologist. That's a bundle of useless degrees. Has some interesting thoughts. He's an older guy who has caught the younger generation's attention. Okay. Jordan Peterson is like benzo-laden sad Kermit the Frog. Some mixed opinions on this. He's the messiah of the white incels. Oh, okay. As an empowerment coach, that's not a real job. What mean benzo? Man, you should really open up Google, man. He's also denying climate change. Okay, so just anti-science scientist? Interesting. Jungian psychologist who focuses on shadow self and hero's journey allegories. He's got some great content. He's been on Joe Rogan a few times. Yeah, okay. Well, so just some celebrity. Hey Todd, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I'm at a REIT convention and the mayor of Asaf is speaking. I have my earbuds and listening to Degenerate Pickles. How fun. Oh, hey Todd, hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added after the stream. FBI Director Christopher Wray said that allowing TikTok to continue operating in the United States could pose a threat to national security. Cool. Calls on Snap? I mean, it's really not the FBI's jurisdiction to make that decision, though. I mean, they can move that report up the chain, and the FTC can make a decision, but the FBI is not making that decision. I went to a bookstore and asked the saleswoman, "Where's the self-help section?" She told me she said if she told me, it would defeat the purpose. Why would you read a book written by somebody else? So you're saying I should only write my own books? DM. I don't know who Ben Shapiro is either. Is that the guy who bangs his sister? Peterson is not a conservative. He just doesn't play by commie rules. That goes out to all the commie little lefties in here who answered that like they're even remotely familiar with his work. I know he's not a climate denier. Some of the pickle jar are dishonest. Is he the composite man? Hold up, walking. Upstart fell off the page. Ooh, cheaper. Not much cheaper though. Did you ever watch Win Ben Frank's Money? Yeah, I did. That was on Comedy Central. Politically inflammatory things. Politically inflammatory things. Politically inflammatory things. Yeah, it's fun. Was it Ben Stein? I don't remember. I made a card. Can we use for Pickle News Network? Check the Louvre. Oh. Oh, I like the Lucky Charms one. Alright, Top Loaf. That's fucking amazing. But delete that and DM it to me so no one else sees it. I finally watched Margin Call last night. Most anticlimactic ending. That movie's awful, man. It's so fucking bad. Stop trying to put people who you don't know in your little boxes. It's really unproductive as a society. Who did I try to... I'm not trying to put anybody in a little box. I'm just trying to figure out who the fuck this person everyone's talking about is. Is 4,500 on SPX close enough for 0 DTEs? I want to play this upside. That's not very smart. The Composite Man is a Jungian archetype that plagues the mind of some in our Discord. He lives in the metaphysical substrate and makes Jordan Peterson cry every day. Thank you, Chagu. Is it time to short Upstart? I think you might have missed that window. I think today went both ways. Chris. Other news today in history on November 15th, 1867, the first stock ticker is unveiled in New York City. That's awesome. Well, here we are, over a century later, staring at them all day. I mean, I don't care what his political fucking leanings are. I don't care what any of your political leanings are. Let me be really clear on that. The fact that you have political leanings probably makes me think less of you. Ooh, what's this? Stuff from Terran? People going full bull YOLO? Oh, big puts, 11:15. Oh, yeah. 11:15, 12:30. So buying a shitload of puts into the drop. That sounds about right. I mean, that's the only way they can short it, right? So. Ooh, interesting. Moving up. That's kind of cool. I'm a liberal? I'm not a liberal. I'm not a conservative either. I don't really assign myself to any fucking political spectrum. It's just stupid. It's just shit to argue about with other people. None of it means anything. All the politicians you elect work for the same people. They're all on the same side. They're just making you think that there's a difference. You're a neo-fatalist. I think our entire society should be based on meritocracy. Everybody should be afforded every opportunity in the world to learn and improve themselves. And then the ones that just suck, we get rid of. I don't know how. The whole idea kind of falls apart at that point. Maybe like Hunger Games. Oh god, I leave for 40 minutes. We're attacking politics now. Gladiatorial combat? Don't start with that shit again, man. Our society would be set on pirate ships. Boom, problem solved. Colony of centaurs. Every time we talk politics, the SPX goes up. People are hate buying. 100 missiles launched to destabilize Ukraine power grid. 2 of them hit Poland. Russia, being known for false flags and use of foreign weapons, leads to assume fault to be theirs. Put time? I don't know, we're just trading where all the options are, right? Humongous, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream, man. How is the term false flag anti-Semitic? Isn't it from pirates? Is it Jewish pirates? Here's what you, well, no, whoever doesn't like make the cut in the society, they go plant trees for the rest of their lives. That way they can generate their own oxygen, bring down the temperatures. Fuck yes. Top lift. Thank you so much. I don't really know. Do you see Jimmy contracts getting a bit cheaper? We'll see what happens with SLD. We could see a drop in IV. Descending wedge on Upstart. I don't think it's carried on for long enough. Maybe. On like the 5-minute. It's just like a small pullback in the current trend there, right? And mostly just caused by the drop in the SPX today. Upstart's more liquid than Jamie, don't forget that. Is that Hebrew? The hell? Hell? This is damn it? I still think Jimmy will have a midweek drop in price. That's very possible, yeah. Wow, I've really zoomed in on SPX here. Hold on. Let me cool that down. Russia ex Poland / NATO instability. SPX spy straddle overnight. Yeah, you could. I probably will tonight. No problem, Snowcatcher. Did the FTD report already drop? Yep. Am I a real boy today? No. You're still just a puppet. I'm sorry, poppet. Give me my Upstart $19 bags, please. CSPs. Yeah, that doesn't seem super likely. Maybe with SLD, but I don't know if we'll end the week below 20. I hope so. I'll buy more shares. And what did the FTD report say? Which stock? Which stock do you want to know about? See, from the 14th, GME fails almost non-existent. GME FTD fails spike on 1018 for 1.4. So ETF FTDs for the next period don't look super fucking great. Upstart fails, fall off into the period where it moved off reg show, and then we don't have any reporting after that. Peaking at 1.5 million the day before the drop off. Upstart ETF FTDs roughly the same as GME for 1018. Fubo, not a lot of fails. Nothing super significant. But this reporting period is the end of month period, so generally speaking, there's not a lot of fails during that time. Like the beginning of the month period has most of the fails. And I'm pretty sure they're all in Atomic posted them in all the chats today. How bullish are you on November OPEX? I think everything looks great. Are you bearish because the uptrend from this morning stopped? Were you just hoping for this price action? You know, even when this price action occurs, there's still a downside. Do I need to zoom out? I'll zoom out. There's Upstart. There's GME. There's Fubo. There's SPX. I swear to God, I'll ban you, Stefan. Head and shoulders into close? I don't think we have enough time to complete a head and shoulders. Are you talking about this little tiny one? This is a triple top. This? Looks like I found support on the trend, though. Well, a little bit. How much time do we have left? 9 minutes. Crown and ears on the 2-minute. Oh, oh, what? Selling upstart CSPs. Man, I have a lot of them out already. I really shouldn't sell more. Getting any puts tonight or a straddle? I'm gonna try to enter one around here. It's just tough to tell. Like, I don't know if I want to enter it at 39.90 or 39.85. If we get a little bounce, I'll try to nail it at 39.90. I think I used up all the cash in this account for today. I'll have to do it. Here. All right, I'll buy a 39.85 put. Okay. Fuck. All right, well, I got one call. We'll see if the rest fill. Oh, cool. All right, yeah, we got a straddle. Yeah, there could be more news regarding Russia and Poland overnight. We'll see what happens. So probably a good idea to straddle the instability. VIX popped up a little bit today. Not a lot, but maybe enough for a straddle to be worthwhile. I'd get some theta on it. I bought 5 DTEs, so. Do you think we look good for OPEX manifesting either late this week or early next week? Yeah, I think so. Nothing's fundamentally changed on any of the stocks we're watching. You know, Upstart's still up 4% today. GME up 5%. Fubo up 6%. Even the fucking S&P is up 71 points, right? Everyone's acting real fucking bearish given that everything's up today. It's confusing as all hell. People respond well to hip hop. Perhaps you could freestyle some rap music singing. I'm not great at that. Happy birthday to me. You and Carl share a birthday? Still lurking and enjoying the stream. This time I have money and bought theta on Upstart calls. Nice, man. Looking forward to evening the Fregs Day anniversary score. Thanks, Pi-Fi. Thanks, Patty Mac. Happy birthday. Do you get a chance to move into your GME position or tomorrow due to the volatility? I bought some today, just in case. I'll buy more tomorrow. I made a couple bad SPX trades. Should I hold them or take a loss? I mean, how bad? Did you buy like 4,500s for this Friday or something? How are you playing this Russia situation? I just entered a straddle at 39.85. Up 165% on the paper account today. Maybe some of this is starting to stick. Thanks, Gurk. No problem, man. Congrats. When are you expecting SLD pullback? My spy puts for Friday good? I mean, if you're close to the money, or you're slightly in the money now, maybe. Here's the problem with SLD. If you don't time it right, or buy enough theta, you can get burned really hard. And you need to be close enough to the money that whatever downside move is realized, you can capture profits on. It's usually over pretty fast. Sometimes SLD drags out until Monday, but I would say that's more rare. And usually when that happens, it's on the back of like a lot of bad economic news around the same time. We don't really have that this time because this isn't like the quarterly OPEX, right? So not so much information stacked around the options expiration. No, my birthday's on Saturday. Should I do Friday birthday? I'll celebrate my birthday on the day GME runs the most. That's what I'll do. I have T+2 to settle my birthday, so. Unlike Thanksgiving, my birthday is very important. Thanks. I don't want a lobster cake. That sounds disgusting. Unless it's just a cake that looks like a lobster, even then I'd have a problem eating it. I don't even like my lobster to look like lobster. I prefer just having the good parts removed for me in advance. Zillionaire of Upstart channel is getting overly bullish. Like, how overly bullish? Tell them to not be stupid. Cat facing a $145,000 lawsuit due to employee falling to his death. Cat $95 by the end of the week. Cat up 4%. No, seriously, like that's a very small amount of money. I guess the short and distorts on Caterpillar are kind of broke. Makes sense after the $80 move. Andre Brown, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up in the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Gurk doesn't have a birthday so much as his age gaps up violently once a year during Gurk's settlement. They're YOLOing into December 1630s. But they're like $6 more than they were this morning. I nailed the cat bottom, but sold way too early and feel dumb. I mean, you made money. That's all that matters. And at the end of the day, right? Like, as long as you had more money after the trade than you had before it, winning. Did we talk about Walmart agreeing to pay some $3 billion to settle some opioid lawsuit? Walmart? I didn't know they were involved. Also, I can't just not ask. How is November OPEX looking after today's price action? Fine. I think everyone expects, like, everyone gets so excited about OPEX that like, it builds up all this, like, steam going into it, but then everyone's, like, disappointed after. It's just a date. Like, see what happens, position for it accordingly. But you guys are, like, burning out all your bullishness before we're even at the important part. You know? And bulls get exhausted easily. very fast over short distances, you know, like I'm outside of my local GameStop to keep my eye on the company, as you mentioned before. Oh, fantastic. And FYI, either a homeless man or a BBBY bag holder just entered the store. How will this affect earnings? That's hazy. He's just there to pick up some hoodies. Bullish. Poland's head of National Security Bureau and government spokesman will hold a press conference in 5 minutes. Dude, I wasn't gonna watch the Poland head of National Security's Bureau's speeches before. I'm not gonna watch them now. That's like the New Jersey governor making a speech. Just let me know how it affects CD Projekt Red, and I can move on with my day. It's been a while since we've had a real OPEX. August? May caught a lot of people with their pants down, so did August. And then June and July were weak. August and September were disappointing. August was insane. We almost hit $200. Well, pre-split prices. $50. Even though I was hungover all day, no more drinking. Ding ding. No more drinking during the. Why am I still talking to you people? The day's over. Yeah, so a little bit of ups, a little bit of downs. Pretty fucking flat. I mean, Upstart held its overnight gains, but that was about it. I think GME actually performed a little bit better today. I don't know where that fucking line goes. 27.59, yeah. So Jimmy actually closing a little bit above open. Fubo, kind of about even. So Jimmy wins the performance race for today. Fantastic. This is why we all still own it. SPX, big drop off. We'll see what happens with the news overnight. I'm straddled into tomorrow. We got SLD for the next 3 days, so we could have rapid kind of sell-offs at pretty much any point. Be prepared for that in some way, or at least use those drops as opportunities to enter, you know, calls, or use them as opportunities to try to buy back covered calls, however you want to manage it. I think as long as Upstart remains on Reg Show, I continue to be pretty bullish on it, and everything looks really good still for OPEX. So we'll see what happens. Don't forget, you know, with the holiday next week, we may see covering begin a little early. So be careful selling calls this week on anything. Well, any of these stocks at least. Thank you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow morning, right around market open. Good night, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.